Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. I just want to destroy the sect. Why did I defy heaven and become a god? Chapter 21. Chu Xinghei's confinement ended early. No one thought there was any problem with Xinghei's senior brother being released. After all, this time Xinghei's senior brother has made great contributions to the sect. As for the proposal made by the elder to make Chu Xinghei the leader, the sect master readily agreed without hesitation. The 100 spots were quickly selected by the elders from each palace, and all those who entered these spots were the most outstanding disciples from each palace. Medicine King Palace went all out, with all disciples intensifying their efforts to refine the breaking stone pill in preparation for the upcoming spiritual cave expedition. All preparations were being carried out in full swing. Wan Lin was also one of the 100 spots this time. She ran happily to Medicine King Palace and saw Chu Xinghei with a worried expression as soon as she entered. Xinghei's senior brother must be under tremendous pressure as the leader this time. He must be worried about not being able to lead us to gain more benefits. Thinking of this, Wan Lin's admiration for Xinghei's senior brother increased even more. Senior brother Xinghei. Wan Lin greeted Chu Xinghei. Chu Xinghei looked up at the emblem on her chest. It's big. No, it's the emblem of Chu Lin Palace. He remembered that this girl's name was Wan Lin. Wan Lin junior sister, hello. Is there anything difficult that you need my help with? Chu Xinghei tried his best not to look at things he shouldn't. Senior brother Xinghei, I am also one of the 100-member team this time. I came here specifically to thank senior brother Xinghei for creating such an opportunity for everyone. But when I saw senior brother Xinghei with a worried expression just now, I thought you were worried about not being able to lead us to gain more benefits and were feeling troubled. Wan Lin looked at Chu Xinghei with admiration. Chu Xinghei nodded while secretly thinking, am I worried that I won't be able to gain benefits with all of you? I'm actually worried about how to deceive all of you. I'm worried about how to deceive you all, not feeling troubled. Senior brother Xinghei, rest assured. Although Vast Heaven Sect is the farthest from the spiritual cave, the elders said that we have already prepared a teleportation array, so it won't delay us from arriving on time. There are still a few days before the opening of the spiritual cave. We have enough time. Moreover, we have all the breaking stone pills in our hands. The other 3 sects have no chance of entering early. If we can't make it, no one will be able to enter the spiritual cave and gain benefits. What is this? Chu Xinghei was stunned for 3 seconds upon hearing Wan Lin's words. What an exceptional junior sister. Chu Xinghei had been troubled about how to deceive everyone during this spiritual cave expedition. The elder had said that there were dangers inside the spiritual cave, and if one wasn't careful, it could cost them their lives. So Chu Xinghei had to be extremely cautious. This made Chu Xinghei feel genuinely guilty about deceiving everyone and potentially causing harm to their lives. He wanted to destroy Vast Heaven Sect, not massacre it. Each and every one of these senior brothers and sisters were good people. So he not only had to avoid harming their lives, but also had to deceive them. This was extremely difficult. But Wan Lin's words opened up another train of thought for Chu Xinghei. The opening of the spiritual cave had a time limit and would open at a specific time. The 3 sects had already calculated it to be 5 days later. Once the time was missed, the spiritual cave would automatically close, and no one would know when it would open again. Vast Heaven Sect was the farthest from the spiritual cave, and although there was a teleportation array to quickly get everyone there, there was always a chance of something going wrong. What if they couldn't make it? What if they missed the opening time of the spiritual cave? Not only Vast Heaven Sect, but even the other 3 sects wouldn't be able to enter because they had the breaking stone pills. If they couldn't make it, not only would Vast Heaven Sect be affected, but the other 3 sects would be as well. Wow, Chu Xinghei was almost in tears. What an exceptional junior sister. With excitement and joy, Chu Xinghei bid farewell to Wan Lin, and his originally gloomy mood instantly improved. Today is a good day. I hope nothing goes wrong. This song is not auspicious. Last time I sang this song, I spent 3 million spirit grass and ended up with a spiritual cave. I can't afford any more accidents this time. I absolutely can't sing this song again in the future. In the following days, the elder let Chu Xinghei know just how terrifying Medicine King Palace was when operating at full capacity. Nearly 2 million spirit grass were completely consumed, and a large number of breaking stone pills were also refined at the same time. The elder divided the pills into 4 parts, with Vast Heaven Sect receiving the most. Not to mention detoxifying toxins. Even if they were trapped in the spiritual cave for 10 days or half a month, they wouldn't need to bring any food. They could survive on the breaking stone pills alone. According to the elder, this was called being prepared for any eventuality. At the same time, the elder also gave Chu Xinghe a bunch of miscellaneous pills, including healing pills, detoxification pills, and, basically everything that could be used. In addition, the elder also handed Chu Xinghe his elder token. When you're away from home, you mustn't act recklessly. Take this elder token with you and use it when you think it's necessary. Will it be punished like the last Vast Heaven token? Chu Xinghe asked. Don't worry, I have already reported to the sect leader, and the elder's command was personally given to you by me. As long as you don't do anything wrong, you won't be punished. Chu Xinghe's face was filled with disappointment after hearing the words of the elder. After explaining various precautions to Chu Xinghe, the elder finally left. Just as the elder left, Feng Fei arrived with a group of senior brothers from the Spirit Crane Palace. Junior brother Xinghe, these are various elixirs I prepared for you. Take them and keep them safe. When you're away from home, we absolutely cannot be frugal with these elixirs. Safety comes first, Feng Fei instructed while stuffing the elixirs into Chu Xinghe's hands. Junior brother Xinghe, these are the elixirs I prepared for you. And me. Wow, all sorts of elixirs were stuffed into Chu Xinghe's hands. Now, even if he was really trapped in the spirit cave for half a year, he could fill his stomach with just these elixirs. Junior brother Xinghe, take these spirit stones. When you're away from home, there are many places where you'll need to spend money. Although these spirit stones are not many, they can still help in times of urgency. Feng Fei then took out a large box full of high-grade spirit stones. You call this not many? Brother, do you really understand spirit stones? Chu Xinghe, being a poor child, had some understanding of money. Ordinary people in the outside world used various gold, silver, and copper coins, and above those coins were the existence of spirit stones. The lowest grade low-grade spirit stone could probably be exchanged for 1,000 gold, and it was rare for someone to exchange spirit stones for gold. And it took 100 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for a middle-grade spirit stone, and 100 middle-grade spirit stones to exchange for a high-grade spirit stone. Chu Xinghe vaguely remembered that when he was in the village near the mountain, 10 gold could make a family of 3 live comfortably for a year. The spirit stones that Feng Fei had just given him, to put it this way, would be more than enough to buy the entire village 50 times over. Feng senior brother, how can you be so stingy? Junior brother Xinghe is going out for the first time, and there will inevitably be times when he's tight on money. What can he do with just these spirit stones? Come. Junior brother Xinghe, I still have some here, you take them. Senior brother doesn't need them either. Junior brother Xinghe, I still have some here, you take them. Soon, boxes were placed in front of Chu Xinghe, and high-grade spirit stones emitted dazzling light. With so many spirit stones gathered together, Chu Xinghe realized that his math skills were really lacking. He couldn't even calculate how many villages like the one near the mountain these spirit stones could buy. After seeing off this wave of senior brothers, the next wave arrived. There were some medicines, some spiritual stones, and several treasures prepared for Chu Xinghe, but unfortunately, those treasures were of a slightly higher level and Chu Xinghe couldn't use them at all. After all the senior brothers left, Chu Xinghe looked silently at the things in the universe ring given to him by the elder. In the past, people always talked about how the village boy defied the heavens and slapped various young masters of prestigious families at the drop of a hat. But at this moment, Chu Xinghe just wanted to point at the face of the village boy and ask him, "Why, look at the things inside my universe ring. I don't even need to make a move, just taking out the spiritual stones can crush your entire village. Tell me, what makes you think you can counterattack against me?" Just the wealth that the senior brothers of Spirit Crane Palace have given is already beyond Chu Xinghe's ability to calculate. It seems that he is destined not to take the path of going against the current, because not only does he not need to go against the current, even this river belongs to him. A night of beautiful dreams. The next morning, Chu Xinghe and the disciples selected by each palace gathered at Vast Heaven Palace. The sect master actually came in person. First, the elder gave some instructions before departure, basically saying that they must not do anything outrageous, must not tarnish the reputation of Vast Heaven Sect, and then pay attention to their own safety and so on. The sect master then walked among everyone, his gaze sweeping over everyone, finally landing on Chu Xinghe. Xinghe, as the leader this time, remember to choose your words carefully and protect the safety of every junior brother and sister during the trip to the spiritual cave. Also, try to bring back more resources for our Vast Heaven Sect. Sect Master, rest assured, if I can't obtain more than 70% of the resources this time, Xinghe is willing to accept the punishment of being expelled from the sect. The sect master was stunned. Didn't you hear me say, as much as possible, just now? I didn't ask you to make a military order. Xinghe, I know you want to fight for honor for the sect, but if you were to be expelled from the sect because of this, would other disciples dare to lead teams in the future? The sect master chuckled. Sect master is right, but as the leader, I should have the demeanor of a leader. If I can't obtain more than 70% of the resources this time, please strip me of my identity as a direct disciple. The sect master helplessly said, Good child, I know you want to win honor for the sect, but there's no need to put such pressure on yourself. The other elders nodded in agreement. Look, in the past, when disciples went out, if something happened, they would all blame each other, fearing that they would be the ones to bear the final punishment. But look at Chu Xinghe, such a good child, as the leader, he takes all the responsibility upon himself, not shirking any of it. Where can we find such a leader? The sect master looked at Chu Xinghe's serious expression, then looked at the other elders around him nodding one after another. Although he felt that Chu Xinghe's military order was a bit too heavy, he still nodded. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the greater the responsibility, the greater the pressure. Ji Yumingzhao also wanted to see if Chu Xinghe could still perform perfectly under such high pressure. As for stripping him of his identity as a direct disciple, if it can be taken away, it can naturally be added back. Outside the Vast Heaven Palace, on the martial arts field, a huge teleportation array had already been set up. The location where the spirit cave was opening was in the Fish Scale Mountains, which was too far from the Vast Heaven Sect. Therefore, using the teleportation array to teleport to the nearest city, Yuchong, was the fastest method. However, at this moment, the area around the teleportation array was already crowded with people. Looking around, disciples from various palaces were present, but the Spirit Crane Palace had the largest number of disciples. Ji Yumingzhao took a glance and thought to himself, wow. Except for some disciples with special tasks who cannot leave, it seems like all the disciples from the Spirit Crane Palace are here. Previously, when he heard that Chu Xinghe was being punished, Ji Yumingzhao was moved by the fact that the entire Spirit Crane Palace had pleaded for Chu Xinghe. But today, seeing so many senior brothers coming to see Chu Xinghe off, he was once again moved. But, Chu Xinghe is just going to the spirit cave. Although there is danger, everyone knows the level of danger in the spirit cave. Do you really need to be like this? It's as if Chu Xinghe is going to the execution ground. Senior brother Xinghe, have a safe journey. Senior brother Xinghe, show your prowess. Senior brother Xinghe will definitely return triumphantly. Since this was not the Spirit Crane Palace, many senior brothers referred to Chu Xinghe as senior brother as well. After all, he was a direct disciple. Chu Xinghe greeted his senior brothers along the way. When he reached the side of the teleportation array, he saw that the sect master and the grand elder were already waiting for them. However, the two of them tacitly did not interrupt Chu Xinghe's farewell with his senior brothers. After all, in so many years, Chu Xinghe seemed to be the first person who could be liked by so many senior brothers. All 100 people gathered in the middle of the teleportation array. The sect master did not waste any more time and directly activated the teleportation array. A spiritual light shot up into the sky, and in an instant, Chu Xinghe felt a dizzying sensation. This was Chu Xinghe's first time using a teleportation array. The disorienting feeling brought by this thing almost made Chu Xinghe vomit. And Chu Xinghe was considered lucky. Wang Lin, who was standing not far behind him, had already vomited on the spot. As the light dissipated, Chu Xinghe found that they had already appeared on the outskirts of a city. This should be the destination, Yuchong. However, when he looked back at this moment, he saw that a good number of the 100-person group had collapsed, at least 1/3 of them. What kind of bullshit teleportation array is this? Is its power so great? Senior brother Xinghe, vomit. Wang Lin spoke and vomited again. Chu Xinghe took a glance and thought, he must have had zongzi for breakfast. Everyone, take a rest where you are. We will stay in Yuchong today and set off early tomorrow morning. Chu Xinghe gave his first order as the team leader. Senior brother Xinghe, this might not be good. It will delay our journey, Wang Lin quickly reminded. Delay the journey. HMPH. What I want is to delay the journey. From Vast Heaven Sect to Yuchong, there are still 2 days until the opening of the Spirit Cave. If we depart normally, 1 day is enough to arrive. The reason for leaving 2 days is because the sect is afraid of encountering any unexpected situations. Chu Xinghe was still worried about how to pass these 2 days, but the teleportation array brought him an opportunity. Wanlin Junior sister, we will rush to the Fish Scale Mountain Range from here. 1 day is enough. We will rest in Yuchong for the remaining day. Although treasure hunting is important, remember, each and every one of you is the most precious resource of our vast heaven sect. Your lives are more important than any spirit cave. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, Wanlin burst into tears on the spot. The eyes of the other junior brothers and sisters looking at Chu Xinghe were also filled with gratitude. You see, Chu Xinghe had made a military order in front of everyone before. He thought that Chu Xinghe would demand everyone to arrive as soon as possible and assign various plans regardless of everything. But he never expected that even in this situation, senior brother Xinghe still put the well-being of his junior brothers and sisters first. Everyone put on casual clothes and entered Yuchong. Yuchong is located on the edge of the Fish Scale Mountain Range and is also the largest city on this side of the mountain range. Upon entering Yuchong, the prosperity of Yuchong is intertwined with various goods and people coming and going on the streets. Chu Xinghe remembered that the elder had said that although Yuchong is big, it shouldn't be this prosperous, right? Soon, Chu Xinghe understood why Yuchong was like this. It turned out that in the past few days, more than a dozen cities in the surrounding area jointly held the 10,000 Flowers Festival. The so-called 10,000 Flowers Festival is actually a selection of the flower ranking. Goodness, the flower rankings from more than a dozen cities nearby gathered at the Tower of 10,000 Flowers in Yuchong, which attracted various old lechers to come one after another. Not to mention the old lechers, even Chu Xinghe, who considered himself a sincere young man, wanted to go and take a look. Everyone came to the largest fan building in Yuchong. This is also the largest inn in Yuchong. Due to the 10,000 Flowers Festival in the past few days, the inns in the city are basically full. However, when Chu Xinghe slapped a middle-grade spirit stone on the counter in front of the shopkeeper and told him that he wanted to book the entire fan building, within 10 minutes, there was no sign of any guests in the entire fan building. Money can make the ghost grind. A middle-grade spirit stone is enough to cover half a year's income for an inn like the fan building. Any shopkeeper who is not an idiot knows how to make a decision. There are hundreds of rooms in the fan building, so everyone can freely choose their own rooms. However, before choosing the rooms, Chu Xinghe solemnly made a request to all the junior brothers and sisters. We will rest here for a day. We will set off early tomorrow morning without delaying any itinerary. But I want to remind you, do not, under any circumstances, go to see the 10,000 Flowers Festival, do not, under any circumstances, go to see the flower ranking. Even if those flower rankings are really attractive, even if you may regret it for a lifetime if you miss it, you must control yourselves. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, many junior sisters nodded. But the junior brothers, originally, they didn't think much when they heard about the 10,000 Flowers Festival, but why did they suddenly feel itchy after listening to senior brother Xinghe's words? Senior brother Xinghe, isn't this necessary? As long as we don't delay the itinerary and violate the rules of the sect, can't we go? A disciple named Ma Liang spoke unhappily. Very well, the troublemaker is here. I've been waiting for you for half a day, your efficiency is not good. After glancing at this troublemaker Ma Liang, Chu Xinghe didn't say much and calmly said, I've already said what needs to be said. You know what to do. After speaking, Chu Xinghe went straight to choose a room. After choosing a room, Chu Xinghe sat inside and it was quite agonizing. Ma Liang, oh Ma Liang, you have to put in some effort. Don't just talk and not do anything. Go, the courtesans are so attractive, go with the other disciples to see the courtesans. It would be even more perfect if something indescribable happens with the courtesans tonight and they all become weaklings the next day. Chu Xinghe stayed in the room and prayed devoutly, disciples, please give it your all. Creak, a barely audible sound came from the next room, and Chu Xinghe was excited and almost jumped up. Finally, there's a disciple who can't resist anymore, right? I said a group of young people, at this age when they're the most vigorous, who can resist the Grand Flower Festival. Leaning against the window, Chu Xinghe crouched down and wanted to see who would be the first to dare to try something new. Ma Liang, or are there other troublemakers hidden in the group that he hasn't discovered yet? Looking closely, Chu Xinghe saw a person wrapped tightly in clothes sneaking out of the fan tower and disappearing into the lights. But as he watched the disappearing figure, Chu Xinghe was completely dumbfounded. Wanline. Although Wanline was wrapped up like a dumpling, Chu Xinghe still recognized her from her distinctive figure. The first one who couldn't resist loneliness isn't Ma Liang or any other disciple, but Wanline. Little girl, do you love this? No. What if Wanline just wanted to go out and find something to eat? What if Wanline just wanted to go out and see the excitement? And as Chu Xinghe kept speculating, another door opened. Ma Liang looked around sneakily, especially lingering his gaze on the location of Chu Xinghe's room for a few seconds, making sure there was no problem. Then, he swiftly slipped out of the room and quietly left the inn. After Ma Liang, many other disciples couldn't resist loneliness and also sneaked out one after another. Unfortunately, there were only less than 30 in total. This number truly disappoints Chu Xinghe. Don't the other junior disciples appreciate the courtesans? And what about the junior sisters? Learn from Wan Lin junior sister, actually I am very open-minded. I'm not saying I can't accept your unique preferences. Although it didn't achieve the expected effect, Chu Xinghe still comforts himself. This is not bad either. With so many junior disciples going out, having a night battle in all directions, tomorrow they will all be listless. In this situation, it is reasonable to rest more on the way to take care of the junior disciples. And then, because the junior disciples are too weak and rested for too long, it is also reasonable that they miss the opening time of the spiritual cave. Furthermore, the three sects are furious and have come to Vast Heaven Sect. He himself was first stripped of the identity of a direct disciple, and then pushed out to take the blame. Even if he cannot be expelled from the sect, there is still hope to be sent to the outer sect. Chu Xinghe is immersed in his happy future. Although the courtesans are very attractive, Chu Xinghe decides to stay steady and not be reckless. What's so good about courtesans? They can only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. When I become a martial emperor, I won't even need to look for courtesans, finding Li Kui will be no problem. As the night gradually deepens, Chu Xinghe is still thinking. It's understandable for other junior disciples to look for courtesans, but Wan Lin junior sister looking for courtesans. How can we carry out entertainment projects in this case? Two beauties. Oh my, the scene is too explicit, I can't think about it anymore. But just as Chu Xinghe is trying to clear his mind of those explicit images, suddenly there is a commotion outside. Accompanied by the commotion, Chu Xinghe's door is also knocked. Ma Liang walks in with the support of two junior disciples. Chu Xinghe frowns and sees a deep, bone-visible wound on Ma Liang's arm. Without asking too much, Chu Xinghe quickly takes out a pill and crushes it to treat Ma Liang's wound. The pills from Vast Heaven Sect are extraordinary, and the wound quickly stops bleeding and begins to heal. But Chu Xinghe's gaze falls on Ma Liang and the others' faces. Soon, Chu Xinghe knows what has happened. After Ma Liang sneaked out, he went to the flower festival and set his sights on a courtesan. He wanted to win her over, but unexpectedly encountered a competitor. After a competition, Ma Liang ended up as the winner, but unexpectedly, the other party became furious and launched a sneak attack on Ma Liang. Caught off guard, Ma Liang almost had his arm severed by a sword. Then the other junior disciples arrived, and the opponent took advantage of the chaos and fled. Everyone had no choice but to bring Ma Liang to find senior brother Xinghe for treatment. Do you all treat my words as if they were nothing? Chu Xinghe puts away the pill and calmly speaks. Everyone is responsible for their own actions. Today, I have brought shame to the sect. When we return, you will report the truth. Ma Liang also shows some toughness, and even prepares himself to be scolded by Chu Xinghe when they return. But just as Ma Liang is contemplating what punishment he will receive, he hears Chu Xinghe's voice in his ear. Zhang Biao, Zhao Tong, Lu Hai, Sun Shangqin. One by one, names are called out by Chu Xinghe, and more than a dozen junior disciples follow Chu Xinghe's voice and rush over. All of you, come with me to the flower festival. I want to see who dares to touch my junior disciple. I'm tired of living, aren't I? Ma Liang is dumbfounded. Ma Liang actually never really liked Chu Xinghe. Everyone entered the mountain gate on the same day, so why was Chu Xinghe praised and held in high regard? In Ma Liang's view, everything about Chu Xinghe was just luck. As for the rumors that Chu Xinghe had good character, Ma Liang scoffed even more. There were plenty of people who acted one way in front of others and another way behind their backs. Chu Xinghe was definitely a deceitful guy, but he was just good at hiding it and hadn't been discovered by anyone. So even though Ma Liang was in the group of 100 people, he never truly accepted it. Chu Xinghe said not to go see the Tower of 10,000 Flowers, but why? Ma Liang insisted on going. But Ma Liang didn't expect to encounter this kind of situation. Although Ma Liang regretted it, he had no way out. In Ma Liang's view, Chu Xinghe would definitely seize this opportunity to teach him a lesson for disobeying his orders. He might even exaggerate the situation when they returned to the sect, and Ma Liang would surely be punished. But Ma Liang was mentally prepared. At most, he would give up his identity as an elite disciple. With his abilities, he would eventually be able to reclaim it. However, just as Ma Liang was waiting for Chu Xinghe's reprimand, Chu Xinghe directly called over a dozen senior brothers. You guys come with me to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. I want to see who dares to touch my junior brother. I'm sick of this. Chu Xinghe's words not only dumbfounded Ma Liang, but also the disciple who was supporting him. They entered the sect together with Ma Liang and had a very good relationship. Today, with Ma Liang breaking the rules and getting injured, punishment was inevitable. Both of them were thinking about how to plead for leniency for Ma Liang. But they never expected that senior brother Xinghe wouldn't blame Ma Liang at all. Instead, he directly ordered people to go to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. This action directly stunned the two of them. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Chu Xinghe waved his hand and everyone followed. A group of people arrived at the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. The area in front of the tower was still crowded with people, indicating that the incident that just happened didn't have much impact here. Ma Liang's mind was still in a daze until they reached the front of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. What was Chu Xinghe planning to do? And while Ma Liang was lost in thought, Chu Xinghe had already led everyone into the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. Faced with a group of aggressive young people, the people at the Tower of 10,000 Flowers could tell that they weren't here to choose the flower fairies. Some even recognized Ma Liang as the person who was just ambushed. Please stay. A person who seemed to be the leader of the guards stepped forward to try to stop them, but before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xinghe kicked him directly in the chest, sending him flying. Boom! The table at Tower of 10,000 Flowers was smashed into a mess by the person who flew in, causing chaos in Tower of 10,000 Flowers. Countless beautiful courtesans also lost their composure. Not only were the people on the side of Tower of 10,000 Flowers stunned, even the junior disciples who came with Chu Xinghe were stunned. Is Senior Xinghe so impulsive? He didn't even let people finish speaking before he started attacking. Countless guards surrounded them from all directions, and Chu Xinghe waved his hand, make them all kneel down for me. Yes, sir. Many junior disciples, seeing that Senior Xinghe had already started, had no reason to hesitate. There was no need for any spiritual weapons at all. A group of the most outstanding disciples of the vast heaven sect, selected from the best, even if their cultivation levels were not high, they were definitely not opponents that these small guards could withstand. 10 breaths later, there was no guard left standing at the scene. The people at Tower of 10,000 Flowers were also dumbfounded. They had seen unreasonable people before, but they had never heard of someone being so unreasonable. Couldn't you at least explain the situation before attacking? What kind of person just comes up and hits someone without saying a word? All unrelated personnel, get out, or you'll end up like them. If the manager of Tower of 10,000 Flowers doesn't come out within 10 breaths, I'll demolish Tower of 10,000 Flowers today. Chu Xinghe finally spoke, and with his words, a group of disciples were also rubbing their fists and preparing to attack. The onlookers also began to retreat one after another. 10, 9, 8, Chu Xinghe began the countdown. When the countdown reached 3, a middle-aged man in his 40s rushed down the stairs. Please wait, sir, I am the manager of Tower of 10,000 Flowers. Looking at the manager of Tower of 10,000 Flowers who ran up to him, Chu Xinghe pointed to Ma Liang not far away with his hand. Do you know him? No, I don't know. The manager glanced at Ma Liang as he spoke, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap sent him spinning in midair for 3.5 turns before landing on the ground with a loud thud. Blood mixed with a few teeth sprayed out of the manager's mouth. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Ma Liang. At this moment, the Chu Xinghe in front of them completely subverted Ma Liang's understanding. Originally, Ma Liang suspected that Chu Xinghe was just putting on a show when he brought people to seek revenge for him, but now Ma Liang knew he was wrong, very wrong. Senior Xinghe wasn't just putting on a show, he really cared about him. The manager, with blood flowing from his mouth, was now covering his cheek, tears streaming down his face. He had a conflict with someone here just now, the manager said. Who was the other person? Chu Xinghe's voice was filled with coldness. I don't. Just as he uttered the word, don't, a loud slap landed on his face. With a crisp sound, the teeth on the other side of the shopkeeper couldn't hold on either. This is your last chance, Chu Xinghe said, picking up a candlestick from the table and throwing it towards the wooden stairs of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. The candle ignited the stairs, and flames quickly engulfed the area. You don't have much time left. If you take too long to answer, the Tower of 10,000 Flowers will be gone. Chu Xinghe remained calm, while the group of disciples watched in astonishment. Sir, I am really Huang Xiaohua, the third young master of the Huang family. Finally, in front of the flames of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers, the shopkeeper broke down. He had seen countless ruthless people, but he had never seen someone like Chu Xinghe. Without wasting any words, Chu Xinghe immediately set fire to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. If he hesitated for even a moment longer, the fire would have been unstoppable. Having obtained the answer he wanted, Chu Xinghe didn't say a word and hurriedly left with everyone. On the side of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers, the shopkeeper, because he answered quickly, managed to prevent the fire from spreading. However, the Tower of 10,000 Flowers suffered significant damage. Quick, go and send a message to the Huang family. The shopkeeper, ignoring his swollen mouth, quickly gave orders to his subordinates. The shopkeeper didn't know who Chu Xinghe really was, but he knew that the Huang family had definitely kicked a hornet's nest this time. He had seen many ruthless people, but Chu Xinghe was the first one who was so unreasonable. On the other side, Chu Xinghe had already returned to Fanlu with Ma Liang and the others. Meanwhile, those who had secretly left, including Wan Lin, had all rushed back upon hearing the news. When they saw Chu Xinghe returning with people from outside, everyone immediately surrounded him. It's Huang Xiaohua, the third young master of the Huang family. Everyone, get ready. I want to see how bold the Huang family is, daring to mess with my junior brother. Yes, everyone acknowledged the order and went back to their rooms to prepare. Huang Yongtang of the Huang family had just finished a pleasant conversation with his 13th concubine from the 10th room when he was interrupted by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? Are you looking to die? Although Huang Yongtang was angry, he still opened the door and saw Huang Liang, the chief steward of the Huang family, looking anxious. The third young master has caused trouble. Huang Liang reported today's events to Huang Yongtang in detail, including the incident where Chu Xinghe and the others almost set fire to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. A group of formidable young people. Are they not from the Star Moon Sect? Huang Yongtang hesitated, but when he heard that they were not from the Star Moon Sect, he breathed a sigh of relief. HMPH. In this corner of U City, besides the people from the Star Moon Sect, there weren't many who dared to challenge the Huang family. It should be noted that although their branch was a branch of the Pingyuan Huang family, they still had some prestige in this corner of Yu City, thanks to the influence of their main family. I know about this. Find someone to investigate who these young people are. After instructing Huang Liang, Huang Yongtang nodded and went to handle the matter. On the other side, the 100-man team had already been prepared. Everyone followed Chu Xinghe in silence. Today, everyone knew about senior brother Xinghe setting fire to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. Those who didn't come along with us must be deeply regretful. Is that the Xinghe senior brother they know? So domineering, not saying a word before taking action. As long as you dare to say a single word of disagreement, they'll burn down the Tower of 10,000 Flowers for you. When the first ray of dawn fell on the courtyard of the Huang family, Chu Xinghe arrived outside the Huang family with a 100-person group. The guards responsible for the family gate quickly reported the news when they saw the 100-person group full of killing intent. The news quickly reached Huang Liang's side. Last night, the master asked him to check the other party's identity, but he hadn't had a chance to do so yet. And now, the other party actually came. But this also saved him the trouble. Huang Liang quickly found Huang Yongtang. Upon hearing that the other party had come knocking on the door, Huang Yongtang was so angry that he overturned the breakfast table. A bunch of little fools who don't know their place. They didn't even bother to inquire. In Yuchong, who does my Huang family fear besides the Star Moon Sect? Huang Yongtang shouted loudly, and countless Huang family disciples gathered from all directions. Huang Yongtang swore that as long as those who came today were not disciples of the Star Moon Sect, he would make sure they couldn't leave. But just as Huang Yongtang was mobilizing his forces, a loud noise came from the main gate of the Huang family. The 5-meter-tall gate of the Huang family was directly blasted away, along with half of the Huang family's courtyard wall. When the dust settled, there were already Huang family disciples lying on the ground outside the Huang family gate. They can't really be disciples of the Star Moon Sect, right? Huang Yongtang was also a little stunned at this moment. They were so arrogant to dare to come knocking on the door. Clearly, this was not something an ordinary person could do. But just as Huang Yongtang finished speaking, someone from the Huang family spoke up. Uncle, it's impossible for them to be disciples of the Star Moon Sect. Recently, the Star Moon Sect is holding a grand ceremony. Unless there are special reasons, disciples wouldn't leave the sect. Upon hearing this information, Huang Yongtang felt relieved. If it wasn't the Star Moon Sect, then it would be easier to handle. It seemed that they were just a group of ignorant youngsters. Did they think the Huang family was nothing? They dared to destroy the Huang family gate. Today, they would all have to stay behind. All Huang family disciples, listen to my command. Today, we will make sure these ignorant brats have no chance to leave. Yes, many Huang family disciples shouted in response. And amidst their voices, Chu Xinghe and the 100-person group, led by him, stepped over the collapsed courtyard wall and walked into the Huang family. After everyone had entered the Huang family, Chu Xinghe tore off his outer clothes, revealing the vast Heaven Sect disciple uniform in front of everyone's eyes. The others behind Chu Xinghe did the same, tearing off their disguises. All that was left were the black elite disciple uniforms of the vast Heaven Sect. It really isn't the Star Moon Sect. The Star Moon Sect doesn't have black disciple uniforms. Huang Liang saw the uniform all in black and was overjoyed. But his joy only lasted for a second before he was slapped awake by a big slap. The one who slapped him was none other than Huang Yongtang. Huang Yongtang also saw it. It really wasn't the disciples of the Star Moon Sect. But on the disciple uniform, the words, Vast Heaven, were unique in the world. They were disciples of the number one sect in the world, the Vast Heaven Sect. In Yuchong and throughout the entire Yulin mountain range, the most influential presence is the Star Moon Sect. The Star Moon Sect is the sole overlord of this world. Therefore, although the Huang family has extraordinary power in Yuchong, the prerequisite is that they must never provoke the Star Moon Sect. And indeed, the Huang family has done so. Whenever the Star Moon Sect gets involved, the Huang family immediately retreats, which is also the reason why they can be so arrogant to this day. But today, the people who have come are not from the Star Moon Sect, but these people are much more terrifying than the Star Moon Sect. The number 1 sect in the world, Vast Heaven Sect. If the Star Moon Sect is the ruler of the Yulin mountain range, then Vast Heaven Sect is the overlord of the entire world. Even the formidable Star Moon Sect trembles before Vast Heaven Sect. At this moment, the black-clad disciples of Vast Heaven Sect make Huang Yongtang's scalp tingle. The clothes of ordinary Vast Heaven Sect disciples are gray, only elite disciples wear black. All of them are elite disciples of Vast Heaven Sect, and what's even more terrifying is that the person standing at the front, his black disciple robe is embroidered with cloud patterns and star patterns. Huang Yongtang's head is spinning. Core disciples can have gold-lined borders, and cloud patterns and star patterns represent direct disciples. In other words, the person standing at the front is a direct disciple of Vast Heaven Sect. Huang Yongtang is having trouble catching his breath. Yesterday, the shopkeeper of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers sent a message saying that the Huang family might have kicked an iron plate, but this is not an iron plate, this is an iron mountain. Huang family's patriarch, come out and speak. Chu Xinghei's voice is cold. Huang Yongtang trembles all over upon hearing this voice, and when he looks at the Huang family disciples beside him, he quickly speaks up, "Why yes, I am Huang Yongtang, the patriarch of the Huang family." Huang Yongtang quickly runs out from the crowd and rushes towards Chu Xinghei. When he reaches Chu Xinghei, a flattering smile appears on Huang Yongtang's face. But before Huang Yongtang can speak again, there is a crisp sound of a slap. Chu Xinghei directly slaps Huang Yongtang's unprepared face, causing Huang Yongtang to stumble in place and almost lose his balance. Huang Yongtang is dumbfounded. The Huang family is also dumbfounded. Even Chu Shang and the junior brothers and sisters on this side are also dumbfounded. This Huang Yongtang is actually a 5th-grade martial spirit. Although he is really nothing in the Vast Heaven Sect, if a 5th-grade martial spirit were to make a move, it would probably not be easy for their many 2nd-grade martial masters to stand up against him. After all, there is a difference of 3 levels, even if they are outstanding and numerous, it would be of no use. The sudden slap wiped away all the flattery from Huang Yongtang's face. At this moment, the humiliation and anger made his face extremely ferocious. His spiritual power surged crazily, as if he wanted to tear Chu Xinghei into pieces. "I'll kill you." Huang Yongtang's spiritual power surged and he rushed towards Chu Xinghei, but Chu Xinghei stood still in place, allowing the terrifying spiritual light to approach him. Everyone thought that Chu Xinghei would be directly blasted away by this spiritual light, but the spiritual light stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Chu Xinghei. Chu Xinghei looked at the paused spiritual light with disdain on his face. "You do have some backbone, but not much. Do you really want to kill all of us? You can try to bet on whether my Vast Heaven Sect will spare the lives of hundreds of elite disciples who were killed without any clue. Of course, you can also bet on the lives of all the members of your Huang family, and see if my Vast Heaven Sect is merciful or if it will annihilate your entire Huang family." Chu Xinghei's words were calm, but each word was like a heavy hammer pounding on Huang Yongtang's heart. He couldn't afford to provoke the Star Moon Sect, let alone the Vast Heaven Sect. Even the mighty Huang family in the plains would never dare to easily go against the Vast Heaven Sect. If hundreds of elite disciples were all killed in one day by the Huang family, it would be strange if the Vast Heaven Sect let the Huang family off. It is estimated that the entire Yu city would be completely wiped out. Even the earthworms would be dug out and split in half, and the eggs would be scattered. Not only Yu city, even the Huang family in Pingyuan would have to bear the wrath of the Vast Heaven Sect. Huang Yongtang couldn't bear this price, and the Huang family couldn't bear it either. So even though he, a 5th-grade martial spirit, was slapped by Chu Xinghei, he still endured it. "Young hero, is there a misunderstanding?" The ferocity on Huang Yongtang's face disappeared, replaced by flattery. "Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Hand over Huang Xiaohua. He injured my junior brother with a sword, and I only want one of his arms." To injure someone with a sword and only ask for one arm in return, isn't that reasonable? Huang Yongtang felt that if the Vast Heaven Sect were to do this, it wouldn't be excessive. But Huang Yongtang lost his previous 2 sons to women, and this 3rd son, Huang Xiaohua, was his only flesh and blood. He had always been doted on. How could he accept having one of his only son's arms taken away? "Young hero, I have also heard about my son's actions. Please spare him this time, considering his young and ignorant nature. How about I compensate your junior brother with something? As Huang Yongtang spoke, he took out a treasure chest from his universe ring. When the chest was opened, it emitted a dazzling light. Half of the chest was filled with middle-grade spirit stones, making the eyes of the Huang family members turn red. Young hero, please forgive the small-mindedness of the insignificant people. Consider these as compensation for your... Huang Yongtang didn't finish his sentence, as Chu Xinghe directly kicked the chest of spirit stones over. A chest of middle-grade spirit stones? Who are you insulting here? Do you know how many high-grade spirit stones are in Laozi's universe ring? If I take them out, I can fill up your Huang family. You taking out middle-grade spirit stones, isn't that an insult? If Huang Yongwu doesn't appear within 10 breaths, I will leave immediately. Chu Xinghe didn't give Huang Yongwu any time to think, and the countdown began as soon as the words fell. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. When Chu Xinghe counted to 2, still no one stood up. But just as Chu Xinghe was about to leave, Huang Yongtang spoke up, "Bring Huang Xiaohua over." Huang Yongtang's voice was filled with desolation, but he knew that this was the last chance. If Chu Xinghe turned around and left, it wouldn't be as simple as just taking Huang Xiaohua's arm. Soon, the people from the Huang family brought over the struggling Huang Xiaohua. "Dad, please, save your son, I won't dare anymore. I won't fight with him. I was wrong." Huang Xiaohua had already wet his pants out of fear. "You do it yourself." Chu Xinghe didn't even spare a glance at Huang Xiaohua, but instead spoke to Ma Liang. Yes, Ma Liang had long been holding back his anger. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and brought it down, screams accompanying the splattering of blood in the Huang family courtyard. Huang Xiaohua fainted on the spot. In the future, the head of the Huang family should discipline their own children more. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. Chu Xinghe looked at Huang Yongtang, who was sitting on the ground, and left without looking back. The 100-man group followed Chu Xinghe's footsteps, stepping over the collapsed walls of the Huang family, and the onlookers outside quickly made way. Chu Xinghe calmly left amidst the gazes of countless people. Watching Chu Xinghe and the others disappear into the distance, many young people on the street were filled with longing. Big brother, is this the legendary Vast Heaven Sect? So domineering. When he said he would slap someone, he slapped them. When he said he wanted his son's hand, he personally found his son. The #1 sect in the world is not just an empty name. Dad, I've made up my mind. I don't want to go to the Star Moon Sect anymore. I want to go to the Vast Heaven Sect. Let's go home and get some rest, child. The news of the destruction of the Huang family's gate and Chu Xinghe's punishment of the Huang family head and severing of Huang Xiaohua's arm spread throughout the entire Yuchong like wildfire. The shopkeeper of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers touched his swollen cheek, still breaking out in cold sweat at the thought of it. Vast Heaven Sect. Those killers were actually from Vast Heaven Sect. Fortunately, I didn't hesitate to mention Huang Xiaohua. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be my swollen cheek. The Tower of 10,000 Flowers would probably have been burned down, and I might have lost my life as well. Vast Heaven Sect is an existence that surpasses everything. At noon, outside Yuchong, Chu Xinghe calmly led everyone on their way, but all his junior brothers and sisters behind him had gloomy expressions. Xinghe senior brother, it's all my fault this time. It's all because I didn't listen to you that so many things happened. It's definitely too late to rush to the spirit cave now. Ma Liang said, tears streaming down his face. Although the other junior brothers and sisters didn't say anything, there was a hint of strangeness in their eyes. What kind of look is that? Although Ma Liang didn't follow my orders this time, as he said, the rules of the sect didn't specify that what he did was wrong, and he didn't wish to be ambushed. As for the delay in the journey, it was my decision that caused it. So, my junior brothers and sisters, don't hold a grudge against Ma Liang. Even if we really can't catch up, the responsibility is all on me. No matter what punishment the sect has, I will bear it alone. Woo woo woo. Ma Liang burst into tears. Ma Liang hugged Chu Xinghe's thigh, crying and slapping himself. Xinghe senior brother, I'm not a good person. I'm narrow-minded. I always heard people say that you, Xinghe senior brother, are kind-hearted, but I always thought you were two-faced. That's why I deliberately went against you. Xinghe senior brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Ma Liang cried like a tearful person. At this moment, everyone around looked at Chu Xinghe with respect in their eyes. Before coming to the spirit cave, everyone knew about Chu Xinghe's military order, but because of the discomfort caused by the teleportation array, Chu Xinghe still let everyone rest well, considering each junior brother and sister. Afterwards, when Ma Liang didn't follow the order and caused trouble on his own, Chu Xinghe's first action was not to punish Ma Liang, but to find the real culprit with his people and severely punish them. He would never allow anyone to harm his junior brothers and sisters, nor would he allow anyone to damage the reputation of Vast Heaven Sect. As for the delay in time, not a single person resented Chu Xinghe. Each and every one of them asked themselves, if they were senior brother Xinghe, would they be able to bear the military order and various punishments to protect their junior brothers and sisters and uphold the sect? 30% of the 100-person squad had obtained spiritual weapons under Chu Xinghe's guidance, and they, like Wan Lin, had no doubt about senior brother Xinghe's character. But the remaining 70% came from various palaces, and their contact with Chu Xinghe was minimal, mostly hearsay. However, in just one day and night, these 70% of the people, including Ma Liang, a troublemaker, had a completely new understanding of senior brother Xinghe. Warm as spring to their fellow disciples, cruel as winter to their enemies. Knowing that the trip to the spirit cave would be delayed and heavily punished, but still willing to bear it alone, not bringing any harm to their junior brothers and sisters. Where else could they find such an exceptional senior brother? Ma Liang wiped away the tears on his face and vowed that this would be the last time he cried in his life. From this moment on, he wanted to become an outstanding person like senior brother Xinghe. No, he might never be able to reach the height of senior brother Xinghe, but as long as he could learn 1 in 10,000, it would be enough for his whole life. Vast Heaven Palace, in front of the Vast Heaven Mirror. The sect master Ji Yumingzhao, the Great Elder, and the elders of each palace are all here at this moment. And the image appearing on the Vast Heaven Mirror in front of them is the scene of the 100-person team. Although the Vast Heaven Sect is the #1 sect in the world, these little guys like Chu Xinghe have never really seen the world. Under these circumstances, how could the elders of the sect completely trust them? Although no one mentioned this matter, in reality, everything that has happened since they arrived in Yuchong has been silently observed by this group of big shots. And at this moment, as they watch the events of the day and night unfold in the Vast Heaven Mirror, everyone falls silent. In the end, it is the sect master who breaks the silence. Good, fearless in the face of danger, courageous and resourceful, this little guy Xinghe, good. The sect master says, good, 3 times in a row. The great elder beside him is almost laughing like a chrysanthemum. At first, when Chu Xinghe's orders were violated by Ma Liang and Ma Liang was injured in a surprise attack, to be honest, even the great elder's first reaction was to blame Ma Liang for not respecting the team leader and tarnishing the reputation of the sect. This accusation is not light. If Chu Xinghe really reports to the sect, regardless of whether he is expelled from the outer sect, his status as an elite disciple of Ma Liang will definitely be revoked. Moreover, the fact that he, a disciple of the Vast Heaven Sect, was almost disarmed by someone's surprise attack, would certainly become the laughingstock of all his fellow disciples when he returned to the sect. But Chu Xinghe didn't do that. He led the team and immediately killed his way to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers. When he forced the shopkeeper to reveal the true culprit by setting fire to the Tower of 10,000 Flowers, even the great elder was shocked. At that time, many elders were puzzled. Why did Chu Xinghe think that the shopkeeper knew? Later, it was the sect master who explained and answered everyone's questions. This child Xinghe is really quick-witted. In such a grand event like the 10,000 Flowers Festival, if the shopkeeper of the Tower of 10,000 Flowers encountered a normal fight, he would definitely have the guards stop it immediately. If there were casualties, it would be certain to capture the assailant. But what did the Tower of 10,000 Flowers do at that time? They didn't chase after them, they didn't even care. If you say the shopkeeper didn't know who the other party was, no one would believe it. Although Chu Xinghe was not present at the time, he made an instant decision based on the descriptions of his 2 junior brothers and some clues he found when he arrived at the scene. He didn't say a word and took action first, sweeping through the entire Tower of 10,000 Flowers with thunderous force, catching them off guard. And then, the act of throwing a candle to ignite the tower of 10,000 flowers became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The shopkeeper directly collapsed and didn't dare to hide anything. Afterwards, everyone speculated that Chu Xinghe might report this matter to the sect for handling, but they guessed wrong again. Leading a 100-person team, they stormed the Huang family's gate early in the morning. It didn't matter if it was the remote branch of the Huang family, they immediately gave a 5th-grade martial spirit a big beating. And what pleased the sect master the most was that before Chu Xinghe took action, he first revealed his identity. This was his biggest confidence in daring to attack a 5th-grade martial spirit. The fact proved that Chu Xinghe did the right thing. He didn't want any compensation in the form of spiritual stones. If someone injured my junior brother, I must cut off one of their hands as compensation. When they heard Chu Xinghe's request, many elders couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This child Xinghe, he's still too kind. If it were me, I would wipe out the entire Huang family, at least I would kill this Huang Xiaohua. Elder Zhang, what you said is not right. Since it was Huang Xiaohua who did it, torturing him to death would be enough. At most, we can also torture Huang Yonghua together with him, and as for the others, cutting off one arm each as a mild punishment would be enough. Elder Zhang is right. This child Xinghe, everything is fine, but he is too soft-hearted. No one thinks that Chu Xinghe's actions are too arrogant or domineering. Because they are the #1 sect in the world, the Vast Heaven Sect. If this time Chu Xinghe really knew that the Huang family would not dare to come knocking on their door in the future and instead return to report to the sect, although it would be reasonable, it would really disappoint everyone. You took your junior brother out, not to mention whether your junior brother made a mistake or not, he was injured by someone, but you didn't even dare to seek revenge. How can you bear the heavy burden of the Vast Heaven Sect in the future? But today, whether it is the sect master or any of the elders, they are all extremely satisfied with Chu Xinghe's actions. All of them, in front of the Vast Heaven mirror, actually wanted to see what kind of character Chu Xinghe and these disciples really have. You see, some disciples are like obedient babies in front of their elders, but what about when they go outside? Are they any less unruly and mischievous? Chu Xinghe, as the team leader this time, everyone also wants to know what he is like when he is away from the supervision of the elders of the sect. And this time, Chu Xinghe's performance has gained the approval of everyone. This child is indeed sincere in character. He is the same outside the sect as he is inside the sect. As long as his fellow disciples were in trouble, Chu Xinghe would not hesitate to intervene at any cost, even if it meant facing severe punishment. He remained unwavering. This child is carefree, but now everyone is worried that Chu Xinghe will be punished for missing the opportunity to enter the spiritual cave. Haha, look at their pale faces, they are like little tigers when facing the Huang family, but they are scared when facing the sect. In the future, don't be too harsh on the disciples, especially you, Elder Ji Yu Mingzhao. Sect Master Ji Yu Mingzhao couldn't help but complain for the children. Sect Master, you don't know, I used to be strict with the disciples, but ever since Xinghe joined my Spirit Crane Palace, there have been very few disciples who have been punished within the palace. This child has received care from many senior brothers and sisters, and he never forgets his roots. As long as his fellow disciples are in trouble, he will be the first to step forward and plead, even if I have to punish him along with them, he never backs down. So you're saying that now, I have become much more lenient in Spirit Crane Palace. The elders nodded in agreement, mixed with envy. It's a pity that their sect doesn't have disciples like Chu Xinghe. Ji Yu Mingzhao and a group of elders were chatting and laughing, as if they didn't care about missing the opportunity to enter the spiritual cave. If Chu Xinghe were here, he would definitely see that something was wrong. Unfortunately, Chu Xinghe was not here. Outside Yuchong, everyone had already set off for the spiritual cave. After careful calculations, Chu Xinghe realized that unless they could fly, they would definitely not be able to reach their destination in time, even at the fastest speed. Although he was extremely delighted in his heart and even wanted to persuade his junior brothers and sisters to give up and go home, he still had to put on a show. So Chu Xinghe appeared to be eager, as if he couldn't wait to fly to the location of the Fish Scale Mountain Range's spiritual cave. Until evening, they were still some distance away from the spiritual cave. Wanlin, who was panting heavily from exhaustion, couldn't help but sigh, "Senior brother Xinghe. I'm afraid we won't make it. The sect had given them until evening as the final deadline. If they couldn't reach the spiritual cave by then, it would close, and they would lose the chance to enter. Regardless of whether we missed the opening time of the spiritual cave, we still have to go even if we really missed it. We have to give an explanation to the 3 sects. Remember, we are the #1 sect in the world, Vast Heaven Sect. We cannot choose to escape from any situation, we must face it. Chu Xinghei's words moved his junior brothers and sisters to tears. In fact, Chu Xinghei had known long ago that they wouldn't make it, but he didn't lead everyone back to the sect. Instead, he chose to go to the spiritual cave to face the accusations from the 3 sects. Even at this point, Chu Xinghei didn't shirk any responsibility. His broad-mindedness and sense of responsibility made everyone feel ashamed. Senior brother Xinghei. Ma Liang wanted to say something but was scolded by Chu Xinghei and told to return to the team. Get back in line. This matter has nothing to do with you. Even if you return to the sect, you are absolutely not allowed to spread rumors, do you understand? Ma Liang silently nodded, biting his teeth to hold back his tears. Everyone knew that senior brother Xinghei scolded Ma Liang like this because he was afraid that Ma Liang would really lose control. After all, missing the spirit cave was a huge matter, and if Ma Liang's actions were known by the sect, it wouldn't just be a matter of being demoted to the outer sect. It was possible that his cultivation would be crippled and he would be expelled from the sect. This calamity was too much for Ma Liang to bear, and even any one of them couldn't bear it. Only senior brother Xinghei, although he would also face severe punishment, at least wouldn't have his cultivation crippled and be expelled from the sect. But even so, everyone knew that senior brother Xinghei would still maintain his composure, and he was defending Ma Liang, who had always been a troublemaker. In fact, everyone knew that if it was any one of them who made a mistake, senior brother Xinghei would still stand up for them. This was the true mark of a leader, not only having responsibility, but also being able to shoulder all the blame. Don't fuss around, let's continue on our way. Chu Xinghei was in a great mood. The time for the spirit cave had already passed, so let's not worry about what happened before. Just missing the spirit cave was enough for him to be severely punished. And Chu Xinghei could imagine that now the disciples of the other 3 sects couldn't enter the spirit cave because they couldn't obtain the broken stone pill from them, thus missing a great opportunity. The 3 sects were not pushovers. Because of Chu Xinghei's mistake, causing so many people to miss the opportunity, the 3 sects would definitely cause a commotion in the Vast Heaven Sect. At that time, even the elder behind the scenes wouldn't be able to protect himself. So what kind of punishment would he receive? Being a direct disciple was definitely out of the question, and it was unlikely that his cultivation would be crippled and he would be expelled from the sect. But being demoted to the outer sect was definitely unavoidable. The Vast Heaven Sect had to give an explanation to the 3 sects. Being demoted from a direct disciple to an outer sect disciple, how refreshing. Feeling relaxed, Chu Xinghei arrived at the location of the spirit cave late at night. The disciples of the 3 sects had already gathered together. But the scene of them raging in anger as he had imagined did not happen. Chu Xinghei was wondering if these guys were all dumbfounded. A young man dressed in the attire of a direct disciple of the Star Moon Sect walked towards Chu Xinghei. You must be senior brother Xinghei. I am Guo Qizhen from the Star Moon Sect, and I am the leader of the Star Moon Sect this time. I didn't expect the Vast Heaven Sect to arrive half a day early. Arrived. Half a day. At this moment, Chu Xinghei's first reaction was, did I freaking transmigrate? Guo Qizhen brought the leaders of Dongyu Pavilion and Baiming City and introduced them to Chu Xinghei, but Chu Xinghei didn't even hear their names clearly. At this moment, Chu Xinghei had only one question in his mind, did I transmigrate? Quickly, tell me, did I transmigrate or not? Give me a ding-dong. Activate the system or something. Shouldn't there be a voice like, the chosen host embarks on the path of defying the heavens, or something according to the routine? But there was no sound. Chu Xinghei looked at his junior and senior martial siblings behind him, and they were all as clueless as he was. Is this still a group transmigration? Chu Xinghei's first reaction was that all 100 members of their group had transmigrated together. But the dream of transmigration was quickly shattered. From Guo Qizhen, Chu Xinghei learned that they did not transmigrate, nor did they miss the spirit cave, because the opening time of the spirit cave was tomorrow from the very beginning. The disciples of the three sects thought that Vast Heaven Sect, which had the longest journey, would only arrive tomorrow morning, but there was no problem until evening, so naturally they were not in a hurry. But Chu Xinghe had been rushing all the way. He thought he had missed the time, but only now did he realize that the spirit cave would only open tomorrow. Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded, but just as Chu Xinghe was in a daze, his junior and senior martial siblings behind him suddenly cheered. Wang Lin even hugged Chu Xinghe without caring about any inconvenience, shouting wildly. Ma Liang knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to the heavens, as if his prayers had been answered. Among the cheering crowd, only Chu Xinghe had a bitter expression on his face. What about the severe punishment? What about missing it? It's too difficult. The people of the three sects were all confused by the behavior of Vast Heaven Sect. They all secretly thought, are the people of Vast Heaven Sect not normal in the head? But in front of the Vast Heaven mirror at this moment, a group of old folks were laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, look at the expression on Xinghe's face, it seems that he's not really unafraid of punishment. The carefree attitude he showed before was just to prevent his junior and senior martial siblings from feeling burdened. But he didn't expect that the sect master would outsmart him, afraid that these children might miss something, so he gave them an extra day. That's right, this kid is still a child after all. The nonchalant attitude he showed before was just to avoid putting any pressure on his junior and senior martial siblings. But he didn't expect that the sect master would be one step ahead, giving them an extra day. After all, he's a child going out for the first time. He's being cautious, but the expression on his face right now is really hilarious. Even the elder laughed uncontrollably. Before the spirit cave, a group of junior disciples didn't care whether the three sects considered them crazy. They cheered around Chu Xinghe without restraint. Senior Xinghe, I knew it, those who have aspirations will not be let down by the heavens. Yes. Senior Xinghe is such a person, even the heavens won't let him be punished. May Vast Heaven bless us. May Vast Heaven bless us. The disciples of Vast Heaven Sect shouted madly, and these four words made Chu Xinghe hold his head. Whenever he heard these four words, it never meant anything good. It must be because he jinxed himself. It's definitely because of that, so unlucky. The people of Vast Heaven Sect set up camp, and Chu Xinghe looked at the group who had been on the road all day without feeling tired at all. He didn't know what to say about their singing and dancing around the bonfire. Chu Xinghe swore that if he had known it would be like this, he would have definitely taken them straight back to Vast Heaven Sect, pretending to be something, pretending to be what? Just pretend he didn't exist. But now it's too late to say anything, now he can only consider how to operate within the spirit cave. He had made a military order, besides the marrow cleansing and bone refining elixir, he had to seize the remaining 70% and bring it back to Vast Heaven Sect. If he couldn't complete it, he would also lose his status as a direct disciple. In this way, he still had a chance. And the chance was very high. Everyone sang and danced until late at night, but each junior disciple was extremely happy. Countless people woke up laughing from their dreams that night, and countless disciples from the three sects suspected that Vast Heaven Sect was full of lunatics. Early the next morning, Chu Xinghe found Guo Qizhan and two others, because he honestly couldn't remember their names. I am Fan Sheng, HMPH. Even though Vast Heaven Sect is the #1 sect in the world, my Eastern Moon Pavilion is also one of the top 10 sects. You, a leader of Vast Heaven Sect, can't even remember my name. Are you insulting our Eastern Moon Pavilion? Fan Sheng was extremely angry. I am Sun Shiheng. Fan Senior is right, Vast Heaven Sect is too arrogant. Chu Xinghe was helpless, but he didn't want to explain. So you say Vast Heaven Sect is arrogant? Yeah, we're arrogant, so what? Go ahead and ruin the reputation of Vast Heaven Sect, bring us down from the position of the #1 sect in the world, please. Ignoring the dissatisfaction of the two, Chu Xinghe took out the broken stone pill according to the agreement. After distributing a sufficient amount of broken stone pills, Fan Sheng and Sun Shiheng eased up a bit. However, the two still didn't pay attention to Chu Xinghe and instead pulled Guo Qizhan aside to discuss something. Seeing this scene, Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. They are isolating us. Great. The three sects are uniting to isolate us, Vast Heaven Sect. When the time comes, you can snatch all the elixirs, and don't leave us anything. Back on their side, Wanlin and Maliang approached. Wanlin, are they trying to isolate us? Wanlin frowned. I thought we agreed to advance and retreat together. Maliang was also angry. Sigh, it's my fault. Yesterday, I was absent-minded and missed the opportunity in the spiritual cave. As a result, I didn't even remember the name of the team leader. They said that our Vast Heaven Sect is too arrogant and proud. Just let them say, we're not afraid of being isolated. Wanlin didn't think there was any problem with Chu Xinghe forgetting the team leader's name. Maliang also nodded vigorously. Now, whatever Chu Xinghe said was right. Following Chu Xinghe's footsteps would lead them higher and higher. It seemed that the three sects had reached some kind of agreement, as none of them were willing to come over and communicate with Vast Heaven Sect. Vast Heaven Sect didn't think much of it. After all, they had the largest number of people and were not afraid. Time slowly approached the opening time of the spiritual cave. On the mountain wall, the broken runes began to flicker. Under the light, the door of the spiritual cave also opened, leading to the path into the cave. Maliang, eager to be the vanguard, was stopped by Chu Xinghe. Are you stupid? Let them go and explore the path. If they don't move, we don't move. All right, Maliang nodded without any doubt. The same thought also occurred to the three sects. After all, no one knew what they would face as soon as they entered the spiritual cave. Although the people from the Star Moon sect had come to explore before and knew that there were petrified poisonous insects inside, how many were there? Were there any other dangers? No one could say for sure. It was definitely risky to be the first to enter. The three sects looked at Vast Heaven Sect and found that they were not moving at all, so they didn't move either. Time passed minute by minute, from noon until near dusk, and the spiritual cave was about to close, but the people on both sides still didn't move. Chu Xinghe looked at the gazes of Sun Shiheng and Fan Shang, completely calm. As long as they didn't move, Chu Xinghe would definitely not move. It didn't matter if they waited for the spiritual cave to close. They would each go home and face punishment. That would be perfect. But just when Chu Xinghe was fantasizing that the other side would really stick it out with him, Fan Shang, who had the most fiery temper, couldn't help it anymore. As the number one sect in the world, Vast Heaven Sect has always been the first to lead. I didn't expect the disciples of this generation to be so cowardly. They're as timid as a mouse. Watch your mouth. Playing moral blackmail, huh? Why does the number one sect in the world have to be the first to go in? The Star Moon sect discovered this spiritual cave first, and you three sects have more people. Shouldn't you be in the front? You, Guo Qizhen didn't expect Chu Xinghe to turn around and criticize him. Stop arguing. If we keep arguing, the spiritual cave will close. The people from Vast Heaven Sect don't dare to go first, so we'll go. Sun Shiheng finally gritted his teeth and spoke up. The others had no choice but to follow. The people from the three sects began to enter the spiritual cave one after another. The light of the runes on the spiritual cave gradually dimmed, and when the light completely dissipated, it would be impossible to enter anymore. Watching everyone from the three sects enter, Chu Xinghe didn't immediately choose to enter. He was waiting for the runes to dim a little more. Finally, the runes began to flicker again. This was a sign that the spiritual cave was about to close. Let's go. We're going in. With a command, everyone stepped through the runes and entered the spiritual cave. What came into view was a broken underground city. This should be an ancient relic. However, before everyone could see clearly what the ancient relic was like, Chu Xinghe spoke again. Everyone, go back the way we came. Huh. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's command, most people were stunned. After all, the spiritual cave was already starting to close. If they left now, it would be impossible to enter again. If this had happened before in Yuchong, faced with Chu Xinghe's command, others wouldn't hesitate to accuse him of having ulterior motives. But now, after receiving Maliang's order, Maliang was the first to follow Chu Xinghe without any hesitation. The others naturally had no hesitation either and followed suit. Chu Xinghe had gone all out this time. No more acting. It's time to reveal the cards. In order to not obtain the spiritual liquid, I'll just return to the city and ask you how you're going to beat me. With this reverse operation, Vast Heaven Sect's trip to the spiritual cave not only missed out on the spiritual liquid, but also the opportunity for disciples to cultivate and strengthen their bones. Let's see who can defeat me in this round. As for the reason, Chu Xinghe had already figured it out. He had just entered and felt a warning from the Vast Heaven sword sheath. Subconsciously, he wanted to lead everyone to retreat. Wasn't that enough? Reasons didn't matter. What mattered was the punishment. Chu Xinghe was about to burst out laughing. He had set such an obvious trap for his teammates. This time, he was definitely going to win. But before the laughter could last for a second, the world that appeared before Chu Xinghe made him dumbfounded. It was still a broken underground city, but why was it shimmering with green light? Wasn't I supposed to appear outside the spiritual cave? What is this? Did I really transmigrate? There is definitely no transmigration this time, because Chu Xinghe found that all his junior brothers and sisters appeared behind him. Chu Xinghe believed that it would be too difficult for such a large group to transmigrate together. But shouldn't he have walked out of the spiritual cave? Why did he end up in this place? This is the second floor. Senior brother Xinghe is amazing. Senior brother Xinghe, how did you discover that the entrance to the second floor would trigger a dislocated space if we retreat just before it closes, allowing us to effortlessly arrive on the second floor? Wan Lin jumped up excitedly, swaying and making people dizzy. But Chu Xinghe was about to curse. What the hell does he know about dislocated space? I just wanted to trick you guys. I spent so much brainpower, and I even came up with reasons. I understand. The reason why senior brother Xinghe didn't want to walk in the front is not because he was concerned about safety, but because senior brother Xinghe already knew about this mechanism and had to walk in the back to trigger it, right? Ma Liang automatically imagined all the strange behaviors of senior brother Xinghe before. Upon hearing Ma Liang's words, all the junior brothers and sisters nodded, indicating that they finally understood. Senior brother Xinghe was like a master of the universe, calculating every step clearly. Several junior brothers and sisters who had a hint of doubt just now came to apologize to senior brother Xinghe, saying that they shouldn't have doubted his strategy. At this moment, Chu Xinghe, who was on the second floor, felt very sad indeed. He just wanted to trick everyone, but ended up tricking them to the second floor. What does that mean? The disciples from the Sanzong sect came in earlier, but they had to explore step by step to reach the second floor, while they appeared directly on the second floor, completely occupying the advantage of timing, location, and people. This time, all the spiritual liquid belongs to us. Ma Liang showed a confident expression. Yes, the spiritual liquid is all ours. Wan Lin and the other junior brothers and sisters echoed. Chu Xinghe felt even more uncomfortable. He used to have opponents, but now even the opponents are gone. How can he lose by returning to the city? Now he knows, he returned to the gold mine by mistake. Don't rush to explore, let's first see the situation around us. At this point, Chu Xinghe could only try to delay time. Sanzong sect, you better perform well. I am fighting against the entire Vast Heaven sect alone. Don't disappoint me. Soon, following Chu Xinghe's orders, many disciples were sent out in groups of 3 to 5 to explore the surroundings. Chu Xinghe instructed them to be as careful as possible and not to worry about wasting time. After all, safety comes first. As long as one junior brother or sister doesn't return, they will not leave. With many junior brothers and sisters dispatched, Chu Xinghe, along with Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and others, began to choose a direction to explore. The predecessor of this spiritual cave should have been a grand city, but for some reason, it ended up buried underground. The green lights fluttering around are the petrifying poisonous insects mentioned earlier. These things gather in groups, just like swarms of mosquitoes. They can't be completely cleared out, so we can only rely on the antidote power of the broken stone pill to withstand them. That's why the 3 sects must obtain so many broken stone pills. Chu Xinghe has allocated a sufficient amount of broken stone pills to each junior disciple. 1 pill every 10 minutes, so everyone can eat them without any pressure for 10 to 8 days. After passing through the harassment of the poisonous insect swarm, Chu Xinghe approached the edge of this abandoned ancient city. 2 roads appeared ahead, one leading to the left of the city and the other leading to the center of the city. Without thinking, Chu Xinghe directly chose the road leading to the center of the city. After all, it looks more complicated here, which can delay time, right? And indeed, as Chu Xinghe thought, the road leading to the city is like a maze. Although everyone successfully passed through with various means, suddenly a large number of strange statues appeared ahead. These statues stood densely at the entrance of the city, as if they were soldiers guarding the city. Senior brother Xinghe, we should be able to enter the city through here, and the spiritual liquid should be inside. Don't act rashly, I feel something is not right. Let's go back and discuss it. Ah, okay. Although he felt that senior brother was being too cautious, Wang Lin still nodded in agreement, and the others followed suit and returned to the previous area. On the other side, in another layer, the people from the three sects were steadily advancing. Why haven't the people from Vast Heaven sect caught up yet? Fan Sheng was a little puzzled. According to reason, they were pushing the map forward, and Vast Heaven sect should have easily caught up by now. HMPH. I guess they don't want to spend any effort and are just waiting for us to clear the path to the lower level. Sun Shiheng said with a displeased expression. This Chu Xinghe, what kind of person is he? Even someone like him can become a direct disciple. I think Vast Heaven sect is almost finished. Junior brother Fan, be careful with your words. Guo Qizhan quickly reminded from the side. Although Fan Sheng looked unhappy, he didn't continue to say more. The three sects continued to fight and advance, constantly clearing various insect mechanisms and toxic mists on each level. They had no idea that the despicable person Chu Xinghe, whom they spoke of, was single-handedly fighting against the entire Vast Heaven sect just to create time for them. So, how does that saying go again? Good people don't get good rewards. Chu Xinghe drew maps along the way, leaving marks and even deliberately leading the team astray. He used every method that could delay time. But in the end, they returned to the starting point. Is everyone here? Chu Xinghe sighed helplessly. It seems that Mi Shui and her group haven't returned yet. Ah, that's great. It's too much. Did all of you wait here for so long? Hurry up and follow me to find junior sister Mi Shui. Chu Xinghe was so excited that he almost cried. Junior sister Mi Shui is such a good person. Finally, she helped create some opportunities to delay. Under Chu Xinghe's leadership, everyone split up to search for junior sister Mi Shui. Everyone remembered senior brother Xinghe's words, I brought you all out of Vast Heaven sect, and I will bring you all back. Not a single one can be missing. This search for junior sister Mi Shui lasted for half a day. In the end, they found out that she was trapped in a hidden place by some poisonous creatures. With everyone's concerted efforts, they finally completed the rescue. But when everyone returned to the starting point, they found that the people from the three sects had already come down from the first level. Seeing this scene, the people from Vast Heaven sect couldn't help but sigh. But there was no way, they couldn't just leave junior sister Mi Shui and the others behind. But this rescue operation ultimately lost the advantage. While Vast Heaven sect sighed, the people from the three sects were dumbfounded. What the hell? Why did the people from Vast Heaven sect appear on the second level? They fought so hard on the first level for such a long time, and Vast Heaven sect was resting on the second level. However, what Fan Sheng couldn't understand was why Chu Xinghe led the team to rest here instead of exploring the second level. Could there be some conspiracy? It seems that senior brother Xinghe knows about the secret passage that we don't. Guo Qizhan came up with a smile on his face. Hee, it's just a stroke of luck. I wonder if senior brother Xinghe, after coming down for such a long time, has discovered anything. Guo Qizhan tried to fish for information from Chu Xinghe. But he didn't hold any hope. Just when Guo Qizhan thought that Chu Xinghe would unhesitatingly say that he didn't know anything, Chu Xinghe directly handed the map he had just drawn to Guo Qizhan. At the same time, he spoke while everyone was confused. Junior brother Fan, junior brother Sun, it was indeed a misunderstanding that I didn't remember your names earlier. I was momentarily distracted. Both of you were too excited at that time, so I couldn't explain anything. This is the map of the exploration area of our Vast Heaven sect. It contains the route to the city, which can save you a lot of effort. Consider it as my apology to everyone. With this, the scene fell silent. The people from the three sects were at a loss holding the map. Especially Fan Sheng and Sun Shiheng, they had been cursing Chu Xinghe as a despicable person all the way, but as soon as they entered, he gave them a big gift. This made them feel embarrassed. The 10 great sects should stand together and help each other. Please forgive my previous inappropriate behavior. Chu Xinghe bowed to the 3 sects with a humble expression. At the same time, he secretly thought, I've written all the scripts for you guys. You can't let me down. The people from the 3 sects were also puzzled at this moment, especially Fan Sheng and Sun Shihang. They were thinking whether Chu Xinghe had a conspiracy or if he was really apologizing. But the map is real. This can be seen from the surprised expressions on the faces of the disciples of Vast Heaven Sect when Chu Xinghe sent out the map. Alright, let's continue on our way. Chu Xinghe waved his hand, and everyone gathered together. The disciples of Vast Heaven Sect and the disciples of the 3 sects set off according to the map. This made the disciples of the 3 sects confused. They had thought that there might be something wrong with the map, but now it seems that there is no problem. Everyone quickly arrived at the fork in the road marked on the map. There were still 2 paths, one leading to the city where the strange statues were located, and the other leading to the left side of the city. The path leading to the city should be the correct one. Fan Sheng made a direct judgment. Sun Shihang and Guo Qizhan nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, where treasures are located, there must be dangerous things. Only by defeating various dangers can one obtain the ultimate treasure. This is basically a law. Therefore, in the spirit cave, if you want to quickly find the location of the treasure, you just need to find the most dangerous place. These 2 paths, the one leading to the city is filled with statues that don't look easy to provoke, while the other side leading to the left side of the city, what's there? Moreover, there are no poisonous insects to be seen on the road. It is definitely a treacherous path. After discussing, Guo Qizhan spoke up, Senior brother Xinghe, let's explore this path together. This should be the right path. But in the midst of everyone's expectant gaze, Chu Xinghe shook his head, no. I think the other side is the right path. Ah, you mean that side? Why? Intuition. Senior brother Xinghe, your intuition may not be very accurate. I believe in my own intuition. If you choose this path, then I will choose the other one, or we can go together. After all, the path leading to the city is too dangerous. One wrong move. Senior brother Xinghe, you worry too much. There is no place in the spirit cave that is not dangerous. If the treasure can be obtained without experiencing danger, then is it still a treasure? I choose the city. We also choose the city. All 3 sects made their choices, and Chu Xinghe didn't say much. He nodded at everyone and then led Vast Heaven Sect towards the other side. No one in Vast Heaven Sect doubted Senior Brother Xinghe's intuition. After all, Senior Brother Xinghe's intuition had directly brought them to the 2nd floor. But it was different for the 3 sects. When the people from Vast Heaven Sect had gone far away, Fan Sheng sneered. I thought he was really apologizing sincerely, but it turns out he's just a coward who is afraid of us reporting to the sect and getting him punished. Now he even retreats from this little danger. Such a coward is a shame to Vast Heaven Sect, a shame to the 10 great sects. Although the others from the 3 sects didn't say anything, they all nodded silently, apparently agreeing with Fan Sheng's title of The Shame of Vast Heaven Sect for Chu Xinghe. The practice of handing over the road to the enemy's city gate may be incomprehensible to some disciples of the Vast Heaven Sect, but everyone fully supports Xinghe's approach. After all, Xinghe has never been wrong all the way. Even his seemingly unreliable intuition can convince everyone. Ma Liang took the position of the vanguard and led a team to explore ahead. However, along the way, apart from the occasional green insects that would occasionally come up and give off a petrifying poison, there was no threat at all. Moreover, the road was so flat that everyone felt like they were visiting an underground city, rather than going to seize treasures. On the other side, the 3 sects had already entered the group of statues. The stone shells outside these statues suddenly shattered, and a group of creatures that looked like ghouls crawled out of the statues. The disciples of the 3 sects immediately fought against the statues. Chu Xinghe and his people were leisurely on the other side, and they could even faintly hear the sound of fighting over there, knowing that a battle was about to begin. But what does that have to do with him? His goal was to gain nothing. Is it not difficult enough to search for treasures? Is it not difficult enough to get something for free? Can't I just treat it as a one-day tour of the underground city? After all, whose intuition has never been wrong, right? But just when Chu Xinghe was leisurely wandering around, Ma Liang, who was responsible for exploring the road, ran towards him like a wild dog. Xinghe senior brother. Xinghe senior brother. Ma Liang's hands trembled with excitement, and the other disciples behind him were also red-eyed. Is something wrong? Chu Xinghe's heart panicked. Xinghe senior brother's intuition is really amazing. The spiritual liquid is ahead. Upon hearing this news, the disciples of the vast heaven sect around them exploded with excitement. Everyone looked at Xinghe senior brother with awe. Chu Xinghe. No, Ma Liang, say it again. Xinghe senior brother's intuition is really amazing. The spiritual liquid is ahead. Ma Liang repeated. Chu Xinghe felt dizzy and almost let Ma Liang send him away on the spot. Ma Liang, oh Ma Liang, you are really a troublemaker. What's wrong with me wanting to lead everyone to gain nothing? Why is it so difficult for the sect to suffer losses and punish me a little? At this point, Chu Xinghe didn't need to say anything. Everyone rushed forward together, and sure enough, in an extremely open area, a pool of spiritual liquid was quietly waiting there like a blue mirror. But the aura emanating from it proved that it was indeed spiritual liquid. On the other side, the three sects were fighting against the statues. These statues were as hard as stone, and they also released a strange petrification fluctuation. Every time they were hit by the petrification fluctuation, they had to take a large amount of stone-breaking pills to dispel it. But the three sects didn't have that many stone-breaking pills, and now some disciples were in great danger because they were about to run out of pills. Everyone, hold on. We will win as long as we break through. Fan Sheng raised his battle sword and shouted loudly, but as soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound came from a distance. The next second, the city gate opened, and behind the city gate, the stone shells of the statues began to fall one after another. They woke up from their slumber and roared as they rushed towards the three sects. On the side of the vast heaven sect, Xinghe senior brother, what should we do now? Ma Liang, who called himself the lucky general, looked at Chu Xinghe with a smile. What else can we do? Let's go, and wash. Chu Xinghe helplessly. At this point, what else could he do? Please let Xinghe senior brother go first. It is said that the aura is the most concentrated for the first person to go down. Yes, this opportunity must be given to Xinghe senior brother. If Xinghe senior brother doesn't go first, I won't listen to anyone. Soon, Chu Xinghe was selected as the first person to go down into the spiritual liquid. In the midst of countless onlookers, Chu Xinghe entered the spiritual liquid. He didn't really take a bath. As long as he approached the spiritual liquid, the spiritual aura would automatically consume a part to cleanse and strengthen Chu Xinghe's body. The spring-like spiritual aura entered Chu Xinghe's body, and in an instant, he felt a burning sensation all over his body. His bones, flesh, and blood were all sublimated. At the same time, his cultivation level directly broke through from the peak of the second-grade martial master to the third-grade martial grandmaster. Previously, the compass of misfortune had directly raised him to the peak of the second grade, and now the spiritual liquid had helped him complete the breakthrough. Congratulations to Xinghe senior brother for breaking through to martial grandmaster. It's worthy of Xinghe senior brother. We entered the sect together, but Xinghe senior brother has already reached the third grade. Don't talk nonsense, let's go to the spiritual liquid one by one. Everyone, line up. Ma Liang was the first to find the spirit liquid as the vanguard, so he got the opportunity to enter second. After all, the earlier you enter the entering spirit, the stronger your power will be. Ma Liang was excited on the spot and gave an acceptance speech. I want to thank Senior Xinghe for trusting me all the way, even when I was being rebellious. He never gave up on me and gave me opportunities, which led to my achievements today. In short, if you follow Senior Xinghe, you will achieve anything. Ma Liang completed the marrow washing and bone refining, and his cultivation level directly advanced from the early stage of the second grade to the peak of the second grade, just one step away from the third grade. Then Wan Lin, who was the first to become a fan of Senior Xinghe, entered third. Wan Lin didn't have a long acceptance speech, just one sentence, wherever Senior Xinghe points, I will strike. After that, the other disciples entered one by one. However, the seniors were somewhat disappointed that they didn't need to take off their clothes to wash in the spirit liquid. Of course, Senior Wan Lin was also somewhat disappointed. All 100 members of the group completed the marrow washing and bone refining in the spirit liquid. They truly are elite disciples of the vast heaven sect. Everyone reached the peak of the second grade, although there is still a gap to the third grade, their strength has definitely skyrocketed. Senior Xinghe, let's take all the remaining spirit liquid and leave. The exit should be over there. The three sects are probably done for. After Ma Liang finished speaking, many people nodded. The sounds of screams and fighting could be heard from the city, indicating how fierce the battle was. If things went wrong, the three sects might be completely wiped out. At this moment, as long as they did nothing, they could obtain everything. But just as everyone was nodding in agreement, Chu Xinghe spoke up, "No. We must go and save them." Ma Liang was confused. After all, which path each sect chose was their own decision and had nothing to do with the vast heaven sect. Why should they save them? The vast heaven sect is ranked first among the 10 sects. Back then, when the demonic path was rampant, the 10 sects joined forces to resist it. We were like-minded, but now, the demonic path is not yet extinguished. Regardless of how other sects are, can I, the vast heaven sect, watch them perish here? When Chu Xinghe said this, Ma Liang lowered his head, and so did everyone else. A person without integrity cannot stand. When the vast heaven sect agreed to enter the spirit cave, we only chose 100 people. The spirit liquid here is enough for 300 people, and the rest is for the three sects. Since the vast heaven sect made a promise, we will never monopolize it. Chu Xinghe finished speaking in one breath and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everyone nodding. It was fine if the vast heaven sect didn't suffer any losses, but if they took all the remaining spirit liquid back, it would be unacceptable. So at this moment, Chu Xinghe waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Rescue the three sects." At the city gate, 1/3 of the 200 people from the three sects were either injured or petrified, and the remaining people were gradually running out of broken stone pills. But the number of monsters inside the city gate was increasing, seemingly endless. "Senior Guo, you take the people and leave first. We can't hold on anymore." Fan Sheng's eyes were filled with tears. Their Dongyu pavilion was at the forefront and suffered the heaviest losses. They no longer had a chance to retreat. "Fellow Fan, come with us." Sun Shiheng also ran up and tried to grab Fan Sheng. But Fan Sheng shook them off. "Both of you, I led the disciples of Dongyu pavilion out, only to let them perish here. How can I face the sect when I return? Please tell Shimin on my behalf, Fan Sheng is a disgrace to Dongyu pavilion." Fan Sheng said without looking back, and rushed into the group of monsters. Guo Qizhen and Sun Shiheng glanced around. At this point, they were truly powerless and could only find a way to retreat. They watched helplessly as Fan Sheng was surrounded by more and more monsters. "Go!" Guo Qizhen shouted, and they began to retreat. As they retreated, the monsters swarmed towards the remaining people of Dongyu pavilion. These people were already powerless to resist and began to turn into stone one by one. Fan Sheng kept swinging his battle sword, sacrificing himself, but still couldn't stop so many monsters. Tong Ling Jr. sister, Zhao Heng Jr. brother, many junior brothers. Watching one junior sister and junior brother after another being petrified by the monsters, Fan Sheng's heart was filled with despair. He gradually began to lose strength, but at this moment, he felt that death was a kind of release for himself. But just as Fan Sheng closed his eyes and prepared to wait for death, in the sky, a yellow light pierced through the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the light had arrived under the city gate. In an instant, the sword light split into two, two split into four, and four split into more. Hundreds of yellow lights descended from the sky and directly bombarded the group of monsters. Vast heaven's sword sheath. The locusts appeared in the world. Among the 9 divine swords, although the locust sword was the first one that could be used, and it wasn't even in the form of a sword, its power was not inferior at all. The locust sword light could instantly transform into thousands. Of course, Chu Xinghe's current strength couldn't reach that level yet, but he could still split it into hundreds of sword lights. Hundreds of sword lights formed a sword formation and descended from the sky, tearing apart all the monsters that were rushing towards Fan Sheng. Vast heaven is indestructible, the Hao Yuqi will always exist. The 100 members of Vast Heaven sect shouted the slogan they used when killing enemies, all charging out from one direction. "Everyone, follow me and make sure to rescue everyone." Chu Xinghe took the lead and rushed towards the group of monsters. All the disciples of Vast Heaven Sect followed closely behind Chu Xinghe like killing gods, entering the battle to kill the enemies. For a while, both Star Moon Sect and Biming City, who were originally about to leave, were dumbfounded. Vast Heaven Sect. It turned out to be Vast Heaven Sect. They actually came to rescue at this moment. Guo Qizhan and Sun Shiheng were stunned, they could hardly believe it. Vast Heaven Sect actually came. And the one they called the disgrace of Vast Heaven Sect, Chu Xinghe, took the lead and charged at the forefront. Vast Heaven is eternal. The Hao Yuan Qi will always exist. People from the Vast Heaven Sect suddenly rushed over, and the flying locust sword formation descended from the sky, instantly clearing all the monsters around Fan Shang. Fan Shang was dumbfounded when he saw Chu Xinghe charging towards him. He had previously been vocal about how Chu Xinghe was a disgrace to the Vast Heaven Sect and one of the 10 major sects. But at this moment, he choked up. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Today, Fan Shang had already prepared himself to die here, but the Vast Heaven Sect arrived at this critical moment. Swoosh! Countless broken stone pills flew out from Chu Xinghe's universe ring and scattered throughout the area. What are you standing around for? Give the petrified people the pills to save them. If there are no pills, quickly replenish them with broken stone pills. Vast Heaven Sect is the central army, Star Moon Sect is the left wing, and Biming City is the right wing. Everyone, follow me. Yes, sir. Sun Shiheng and Guo Qizhan both received their orders at the same time. At this moment, the two of them felt as if they were in the days when they were eliminating the demonic path as spoken by the elders of the sect. Why could the Vast Heaven Sect be ranked first? When they eliminated the demonic sect in the past, the Vast Heaven Sect had always been at the forefront. With the Vast Heaven's command, the world would bow down. Although they were not facing the demonic sect today, even if they had just been insulting Chu Xinghe as a disgrace to the Vast Heaven Sect a moment ago, they were still shocked by Chu Xinghe's heroic spirit when he really led the Vast Heaven Sect back. The Vast Heaven Sect could actually watch them suffer losses here, and the more casualties they suffered, the more benefits the Vast Heaven Sect could gain. But the Vast Heaven Sect did not do so. They still came to save their former allies. What a broad-mindedness. At this moment, both Sun Shiheng and Guo Qizhan had nothing more to say to Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe said to charge, so they would follow. Whoever dares to say that Brother Xinghe is a disgrace to the Vast Heaven Sect, I'll knock out their wisdom teeth. This was obviously not the time to play with puns. The strength of the Vast Heaven Sect, which had been baptized by the spirit liquid, was far superior to the 3 sects. Coupled with the unlimited supply of broken stone pills, the monsters were nothing more than chickens and dogs in front of the Vast Heaven Sect. But even more terrifying was Chu Xinghe. At this moment, Chu Xinghe soared into the sky with the flying locust, and every time he landed, he brought up hundreds of sword lights, leaving no armor behind. Flying swords. Those are flying swords. Sun Shiheng was shocked when he saw Chu Xinghe's flying swords. Not only Sun Shiheng, but Guo Qizhan also had an incredulous expression. It was rumored that the Vast Heaven Sect had a Vast Heaven sword sheath, which contained 9 divine swords. But for 400 years, no one in the Vast Heaven Sect had been able to control it, to the point where it had become a legend. But today, the Vast Heaven sword sheath appeared for the first time. And it was in Chu Xinghe's hands. Everyone finally understood why Chu Xinghe could become the leader of the Vast Heaven Sect, why he could become a direct disciple. It turned out that he was the owner of the Vast Heaven sword sheath. Among the 10 major sects, anyone who could participate in this event was a genius, and leaders like Guo Qizhan were even more outstanding among geniuses. But at this moment, when they saw the Vast Heaven sword sheath, all the geniuses paled in comparison to Chu Xinghe. This is the supreme heritage of the Vast Heaven Sect. Chu Xinghe's sword radiance flickered as he arrived in front of Fan Shang. Senior brother Xinghe. Fan Shang didn't know what to say at this moment. Take the pill. Save the people of Dongyu Pavilion immediately. Chu Xinghe threw the pill to Fan Shang without hesitation and continued to kill the enemies. Okay. Fan Shang trembled as he started to administer the pill to the petrified junior and senior disciples. Fortunately, they hadn't been petrified for long, and after taking a large amount of breaking stone pills, they were released from their petrified state. Soon, the people from Dongyu Pavilion began to recover and gradually joined the battle. The monsters were gradually being cleared out, and everyone finally saw hope. Roar! A sudden roar came from the city gate, and the next moment, an earthquake shook the city wall, causing it to collapse. Behind the collapsed city wall, a huge and incomparable statue's stone shell shattered, and a giant monster, about 5 or 6 meters tall, emerged from behind the collapsed city wall with its bloodthirsty mouth wide open. Fan Sheng took the lead, wielding his spiritual blade, but when the blade struck the giant monster, it was directly sent flying, and Fan Sheng was slapped by the monster, causing him to spurt blood and fly backward. Fan Sheng was repelled, and the others continued to attack, but this thing had extremely high defense and couldn't even be broken through. Stand back, I'll handle it. Chu Xinghe saw that the monster was running rampant and knew that he had to take action, or else people might die. Locust swarm. Yellow sword radiance soared into the sky, and the sword formation descended from above, instantly showering the monster with a rain of locust-like swords. Every sword rain that fell pierced the monster's skin, leaving wounds on it. The defense was broken, but it still wasn't enough to kill this monster. The monster, attacked by the sword rain, immediately went into a frenzy and charged towards Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe, quickly retreat. Ma Liang directly stood in front of Chu Xinghe, wanting to let senior brother Xinghe leave first. But just as Ma Liang was about to retreat for senior brother Xinghe, purple lightning appeared all around them. The electric current brought by the lightning made Ma Liang's hair float. Shadow of thunder, come forth. Chu Xinghe slapped his left arm, and a bolt of lightning shot up into the sky. Purple lightning flashed. The sky thunder descended, directly hitting the monster that was charging towards Chu Xinghe, and the monster's head exploded with a bang, turning into fragments. Its huge body also fell down, but with inertia, it slid forward and finally lay in front of Chu Xinghe. At this moment, everyone could clearly see a divine weapon suspended above Chu Xinghe's head, resembling thunder and electricity. Vast Heaven Sword Sheath, the second sword. Lei Ying. In a flash of purple lightning, Lei Ying had already killed the enemy. As the giant monster fell, all the smaller monsters seemed to lose their courage and retreated like a receding tide. But even though the monsters were gone, everyone remained in a dazed state. The incredible sword rain from Fei Huang had already left many people in disbelief, but what was that purple lightning just now? What kind of divine weapon was that? The purple lightning flew into the vast heaven sword sheath, and Fei Huang returned to its place. Chu Xinghe looked around and once again regained his cheerful appearance. But at this moment, whether it was the people from Vast Heaven Sect or the three sects, their gazes towards Chu Xinghe had completely changed. Why does Vast Heaven Sect have someone like Ma Liang? It was because Ma Liang felt dissatisfied. Why? I'm not weaker than that Chu Xinghe, am I? He just got lucky, right? If it were a real fight, I wouldn't necessarily lose. There were countless people with such thoughts, especially within the three sects. Even Fan Sheng suspected that Chu Xinghe was just a person with connections. But when the Vast Heaven Sword Sheath appeared, at this moment, whether it was Vast Heaven Sect or others, no one doubted Chu Xinghe's strength anymore. Senior Xinghe, I didn't expect you to be this strong. I have never seen Senior Xinghe fight before. He has always said that his talent is average and his cultivation is ordinary. Is this ordinary? Senior Xinghe likes to be kind to others, unlike some people who like to challenge others, but can't you all understand that he received the Vast Heaven Sect's battle intent personally transmitted by the sect master? I thought I had seen everything about Senior Xinghe, but now I realize that what I saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Senior Xinghe is unfathomable. Not only did Vast Heaven Sect feel that Senior Xinghe was unfathomable, but at this moment, people from the three sects also gathered around. First was Fan Sheng, who knelt in front of Chu Xinghe with a thud. Junior Fan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Chu Xinghe hurriedly pulled him up. Senior Xinghe, Fan Sheng, was worse than a pig or a dog before. I actually insulted Senior Xinghe. Today, Senior Xinghe put aside past grievances and brought Vast Heaven Sect to help and save our Dongyu Pavilion. Fan Sheng has no way to repay. Fan Sheng couldn't speak through his tears. He had previously said that Senior Xinghe was as timid as a mouse, afraid of death, but everyone had just witnessed Senior Xinghe's actions. What kind of strength was that? Flying swords, the legendary Vast Heaven Sword Sheath. With such strength, one wouldn't even fear lying flat in the spirit cave, but he had narrow-mindedly thought that the person was just a person with connections. People kindly sent a map to express their guilt for what happened before, but I still think they have ulterior motives. Fan Sheng has never felt so guilty in his life. Other disciples of Dongyu Pavilion also knelt down, and for a while, Chu Xinghe could only ask the disciples of Vast Heaven Sect to quickly pull them up. But although the people were pulled up, the expressions of the disciples of Dongyu Pavilion towards Chu Xinghe were completely different. If they were disdainful before, now they all looked up to him. Fellow junior brothers and junior sisters, there's no need for this. The 10 major sects are all connected. I have said this many times. Perhaps many people think I'm just saying it, but today I'm telling you, I'm not just saying it, I truly remember it in my heart. Today, when the 3 sects are in trouble, my Vast Heaven Sect cannot stand by and watch, just as on another day, if my Vast Heaven Sect is in trouble, will the 3 sects sit idly by? Absolutely not. The disciples of the 3 sects all spoke up. Good, I won't say much more. Let's not be hypocritical. Oh, by the way, we have already found the spiritual liquid. It's on another path. The spiritual liquid is there now. Fellow junior brothers and junior sisters can follow us to wash their marrow and strengthen their bones. When Chu Xinghe said this, the 3 sects were shocked again. What? The spiritual liquid is really over there? Vast Heaven Sect has already found the spiritual liquid, but they still came to save us. Even if they might be divided of the spiritual liquid after saving us, they still didn't hesitate. The disciples of the 3 sects were all stunned. What a broad-mindedness. Senior brother Xinghe, being able to save our lives is already a great favor. According to the rules of our Dongyu Pavilion, we really can't take the spiritual liquid anymore, but... Fan Sheng hesitated. I understand. After all, the sect has its orders, and you dare not disobey. So the spiritual liquid is still yours. Chu Xinghe led everyone to the location of the spiritual liquid. Although the 3 sects felt embarrassed, they still began to absorb the spiritual liquid. Fan Sheng stood in front of the spiritual liquid, fortunately not making any winning remarks, only saying, Senior brother Xinghe will be my true brother from now on. Then he absorbed the spiritual liquid. Although the others didn't say much, their gratitude was beyond doubt. While they were absorbing the spiritual liquid, Chu Xinghe went to the city on the other side to take a look. With such a big commotion, what exactly was in this city? But after searching around, there was really nothing, not even a trace of treasure. When Chu Xinghe returned to the side of the spiritual liquid, all the disciples of the 3 sects had already absorbed the spiritual liquid, and there was still a part of it left in the pool, which could be taken away. Let's split these among our 4 sects. Chu Xinghe pointed at the spiritual liquid. Senior brother Xinghe, this can't be done. You made a military order that if you can't take back 70%, your status as a direct disciple will be revoked. Wan Lin panicked when she heard Chu Xinghe's words. The other disciples also panicked. Vast Heaven Sect could have enjoyed it alone, but now they were dividing it among everyone. They had already done their utmost benevolence. If they split it again, senior brother Xinghe would face punishment when he returned. This was too unfair. Wan Lin junior sister, when the 4 sects entered, it was only fair to split it. Alright, please don't say any more. Chu Xinghe quickly stopped Wan Lin. If you keep talking, I won't be able to fulfill my military order. But it was too late. Just as Chu Xinghe finished speaking, the disciples of the 3 sects looked at each other, made a firm decision, and then Guo Qizhen spoke up, Senior brother Xinghe, we can't split it. All the remaining spiritual liquid belongs to Vast Heaven Sect. Chu Xinghe. The 3 sects people are resolute and decisive. They don't want any of the remaining spiritual liquid, all of it is given to Vast Heaven Sect. Chu Xinghe is almost in tears. I went through all the trouble to save you, and this is how you repay me, you ungrateful bunch. Well, that won't do. You also came with a mission. If you can't get the remaining spiritual liquid, you will definitely be heavily punished when you go back. Seeing that being soft doesn't work, Chu Xinghe can only resort to being tough. Each sect's team definitely has their own tasks. If they can't complete them and go back, they will be punished. Sure enough, when he mentioned punishment, many people's faces showed hesitation. That's right. In order to avoid punishment, let's divide it equally. I'll bear all the punishment. But just as Chu Xinghe was about to be happy, Fan Sheng spoke up. Senior brother Xinghe, our sect did have requirements for us this time, but if it weren't for Vast Heaven Sect's rescue, even I, Fan Sheng, wouldn't be able to keep my life. What do we need spiritual liquid for? Senior brother Xinghe risked his life to save us, and even offered to let us absorb all the spiritual liquid. If we dare to take the remaining spiritual liquid at this time, what kind of people would we be? Senior brother Xinghe, please don't say anything more. If we really take the spiritual liquid, we would be unrighteous. Senior brother Xinghe, you can't deceive us. Fan Sheng's words made everyone secretly nod. But only Chu Xinghe. I'm deceiving you. You're the ones deceiving me. Chu Xinghe still wanted to try harder, but he had no chance anymore, because the people from the three sects had already helped the people from Vast Heaven Sect collect all the remaining spiritual liquid and handed it over to Ma Liang, the fortunate general, by Chu Xinghe's side. Afraid of making a mistake, the people from the three sects checked several times to make sure that not a single drop of spiritual liquid was missing before finally relaxing. With the spiritual liquid completely taken away, the exit of the spiritual cave also opened. Except for Chu Xinghe, everyone walked out of the spiritual cave with joy. Senior brother Xinghe, this place is closest to our Star Moon Sect. Why don't you come with us to Star Moon Sect? The sect master and the elders will definitely thank you for this trip to the spiritual cave. Guo Qizhan warmly invited, but Chu Xinghe firmly refused. Are you kidding me? Although it's better to have one less thing to worry about, if Star Moon Sect thanks Vast Heaven Sect for this extra thing, Chu Xinghe would rather not go. Although Guo Qizhan was somewhat disappointed with Chu Xinghe's refusal, he still sighed. Senior brother Xinghe is truly a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. This time, senior brother Xinghe led Vast Heaven Sect to save everyone in danger, and willingly gave up the spiritual liquid to everyone. This is such a great favor. It can be imagined that once Chu Xinghe and the people from Vast Heaven Sect go to Star Moon Sect will definitely thank them greatly. This is such a high-profile matter. However, senior brother Xinghe directly declined with the excuse of having the sect's command on his shoulders, without being moved by such a prominent opportunity. Facing such a nonchalant senior brother Xinghe, Guo Qizhan couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Senior brother Xinghe, I won't say thank you, but I will remember your kindness. If senior brother Xinghe ever needs anything, just say the word and I, Fan Sheng, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Senior brother Xinghe, you are one of the most respected people in my life. If you ever need anything in the future, remember to call upon me, your junior brother. Fan Sheng and Sun Shiheng came to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe. After all, with such an incident happening in the spiritual cave, they needed to return as soon as possible to inform the sect of everything that had happened. Chu Xinghe bid farewell to everyone with a fist salute. However, at this moment, a group of old folks from Vast Heaven Sect, who had been watching the scene, were dumbfounded. What happened inside? What are they doing? Vast Heaven Mirror could use some secret techniques to track Chu Xinghe and the others, but once they entered the spiritual cave, they could no longer see them clearly. So the group of old folks had no idea what had happened inside. But they clearly remembered that when they entered, the three sects and Vast Heaven Sect were at odds with each other. How could it be that in such a short time, when they came out of the spiritual cave, everyone's attitude towards Chu Xinghe and Vast Heaven Sect had made a 180-degree turn? So what exactly happened inside? I have already arranged for someone to wait at Star Moon Sect. Guo Qizhan will receive the news as soon as he returns. The elders' plan was well thought out. After bidding farewell to the three sects, Chu Xinghe set off with a 100-man team towards Yuchong. Along the way, Lucky, Ma Liang was showing off with his universe ring, feeling extremely proud. He, junior brothers and sisters, this time we will bring back all the spiritual liquid. Although the remaining liquid is not as good as direct absorption, after being refined by our Spirit Crane Palace seniors, it can all be turned into marrow cleansing pills. With so much spiritual liquid, all the newly recruited disciples should be able to receive a marrow cleansing pill. Not only that, there will be leftovers. I calculated that if we follow senior brother Xinghe's words of 70%, each person can get one. And now that it's all ours, there will still be leftovers. When senior brother Xinghe made the military order, saying 70%, I was scared. But now it seems that senior brother Xinghe underestimated it. It should be said that it's 90%. The junior brothers and sisters were chatting happily, and bursts of laughter kept coming. The state of mind when they left was completely different from when they arrived. Although Chu Xinghe also smiled along, the bitterness in his heart was known only to himself. How did this unfortunate journey to the spirit cave turn out like this? Chu Xinghe doesn't understand. How did intentionally being late result in losing? How did returning to the city result in losing? How did choosing the opposite path result in losing? How did he lose? Others put in so much effort to obtain treasures, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. He, on the other hand, tried to avoid any possible existence of treasures, but still ended up obtaining all of them. What the hell is this? But now, Chu Xinghe has no other choice but to bear the bitterness in his heart. A group of people spent a day to arrive at Yu City. Meanwhile, within the vast heaven sect, inside the vast heaven palace, whether it was the sect master Ji Yumingchao, the grand elder, or the heads of the other palaces, they all looked at the disciple of the vast heaven sect who had just returned from the star moon sect with an expression of disbelief. Say it again. The grand elder spoke, somewhat dazed, and the others did not object in the slightest. Yes, we received news from the star moon sect. The 100-person team led by junior brother Xinghe entered the spirit cave in the end, and they must have discovered some special mechanism, as they directly proceeded to the second level. Afterwards, junior brother Xinghe did not take the spirit liquid in advance due to being ahead, but instead explored the second level and drew a map, which he then shared with the 3 sects. Then, at a fork in the road, junior brother Xinghe let the 3 sects choose the inner city, which was most likely to have treasures, while he chose the outer city. The 3 sects encountered monsters and were surrounded in the inner city, while the spirit liquid appeared in the outer city. Junior brother Xinghe and the others could have taken the spirit liquid without helping, but instead, they led the people of the vast heaven sect to rescue the 3 sects. Junior brother Xinghe wielded his flying sword and killed countless monsters, ultimately saving everyone from the 3 sects. He even said that the vast heaven sect's word is as good as gold and promised that they would not take a single bit more than the 100 people's share, and distributed the spirit liquid to the 3 sects. Afterwards, the 3 sects absorbed the spirit liquid, but the remaining remnants were all given to the vast heaven sect. The disciple repeated the information he had gathered, and the vast heaven palace remained quiet. The grand elder waved his hand, indicating that the disciple could leave. After the disciple left, the sect master Ji Yumingchao spoke, "This child." Although he only said 4 words, the admiration in Ji Yumingchao's eyes was impossible to conceal. The other elders also nodded, and the grand elder even smiled so much that his recently grown beard turned into a chrysanthemum. This journey to the spirit cave seemed to be a joint effort of the 4 sects, but everyone knew that it was because Chu Xinghe accidentally bought the Shenling grass and caused trouble for the 3 sects, which reluctantly gave up 100 spots. The 3 sects actually had some reservations towards the vast heaven sect. This can be seen from the moment they entered. Therefore, it is a sure thing that the 3 sects are targeting vast heaven sect, so the big shots of vast heaven sect are all worried about whether Chu Xinghe can handle it inside. Don't let the people from the 3 sects deceive him and end up with nothing. But now that they know what happened inside, they are truly shocked. And what shocked them the most was not how Chu Xinghe found the mechanism or how lucky he was to choose the right path, but that in the most dangerous moment for the 3 sects, Chu Xinghe did not choose to stand by or even take advantage of the situation, but chose to lead the disciples of vast heaven sect without hesitation to come to the aid of the 3 sects. What a broad mind! What a magnanimity! With such a broad mind and magnanimity, he is worthy of the highest throne of the number 1 sect in the world. The 3 sects can isolate vast heaven sect, but the number 1 sect in the world will never sit idly by. Chu Xinghe's choice and his broad mind have completely conquered the 3 sects. That's why when the people of the 3 sects bid farewell, they all looked at Chu Xinghe with guilt and respect. This child is even better than the best result I expected. Ji Yumingchao couldn't help but sigh at this moment. His best expectation at the beginning was for Chu Xinghe to lead the team and get the spirit liquid, and in the end, as he said, compete for the remaining 70%. But now Chu Xinghe not only got all the remaining spirit liquid, but also gained the respect of the most elite disciples of the 3 sects of this generation. If Ji Yumingchao were to rate this trip to the spirit cave, he would give Chu Xinghe 99 points, and the remaining 1 point is for fear that this child would become arrogant. But this child is so calm, will he really become arrogant? Elder, this time Xinghe has made great contributions to the sect. The remaining spirit liquid needs to be refined into marrow cleansing pills by your spirit crane palace. Ji Yu Mingqiao was extremely happy at this moment. Master, rest assured, leave it to our spirit crane palace. The elder raised his head proudly. This time, Chu Xinghe really gave face to Vast Heaven Sect, and he also gave face to his spirit crane palace. Although Chu Xinghe is not their disciple, the fact that he obtained so much spirit liquid this time means that every newly admitted disciple is eligible to receive a marrow cleansing pill. This is a great thing, so they are all happy. Everyone is very happy, except Chu Xinghe. At this moment, Chu Xinghe stood in Yuchong, feeling extremely depressed about this trip to the spirit cave. And what is the best way to vent frustration? Naturally, it is shopping. Chu Xinghe looked at the spirit stones in his universe ring and made up his mind. He must spend them all. Chapter 31. People say that when women are unhappy, going on a crazy shopping spree can relieve their depression. In fact, it's not just women, men are the same. And if they're not spending their own money, it's even more stress relieving. Ma Liang. Here, Fu called Ma Liang out from among the many disciples. I'm going to buy some things in U City next. Go find out which is the biggest business association in U City and have them come. I'll need them to deliver the things I buy to Vast Heaven Sect. Senior brother Xinghe, we have the universe ring. Ma Liang waved his hand, but Chu Xinghe shook his head. Ma Liang didn't ask any more questions. Whatever senior brother Xinghe arranged, he would do it. Soon, Ma Liang found the largest business association in U City. Wow, the largest business association here is actually their Vast Heaven Business Association. The person who came was a middle-aged man in his 40s. After seeing Chu Xinghe, he respectfully bowed. His name was Qin Shangqin, the branch leader of the Western District of the Vast Heaven Business Association. Outside, he was definitely a formidable transcendent level expert. On ordinary days in U City, anyone who saw Qin Shangqin had to call him Master Qin. But today, when Master Qin saw Chu Xinghe, he was extremely respectful. Because when Ma Liang found him, he had already told him in detail who Chu Xinghe really was. The personal disciple of the Great Elder, the one who obtained the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire and the Medicine Saint's inheritance, the owner of the Vast Heaven Sword Sheath. The sect master wanted to take him as a personal disciple, but was directly refused by senior brother Xinghe. But the sect master was not angry at all. He even imparted the Vast Heaven battle intent and gave him the Vast Heaven token. Senior brother Xinghe became the first disciple in the history of Vast Heaven Sect to misuse the Vast Heaven token and only be confined for 3 months. So what kind of person senior brother Xinghe really was, Ma Liang let Qin Shangqin consider for himself. Was there still a need to consider this? Qin Shangqin could become the branch leader of the Western District not just because he had a big belly. Although Qin Shangqin was originally an outer disciple, many outer disciples of Vast Heaven Sect were unable to enter the inner sect after a certain period of time. Vast Heaven Sect would arrange other jobs for them. Entering the business association was one of the ways. Qin Shangqin went from being an outer disciple to becoming the branch leader of the Western District of the Vast Heaven Business Association. One could imagine what kind of versatile person he was. So after listening to Ma Liang's introduction of senior brother Xinghe, Qin Shangqin understood. There was nothing wrong with treating him as the personal attendant of the Great Elder. This person might not necessarily become the next sect master of Vast Heaven Sect, but he definitely couldn't escape becoming the master of Spirit Crane Palace. Qin Shangqin, branch leader of the Western District of the Vast Heaven Business Association, greets senior brother Xinghe. Qin Shangqin addressed him as such, but there was nothing wrong with this address. No matter how powerful Qin Shangqin was, he was still just an outer disciple. It was not excessive for him to call Chu Xinghe, a personal disciple, senior brother. Branch leader Qin, I can't dare to be called that. Chu Xinghe looked at Qin Shangqin, whose hair was starting to turn white, and was speechless. Senior brother Xinghe, you're joking. You're from the inner sect, while I'm from the outer sect. It's the rule of Vast Heaven Sect for outer sect disciples to address inner sect disciples as senior brother. Although I don't often move around in the sect, I never forget the rules. Qin Shangqian said this, and Ma Liang nodded in agreement. Chu Xinghe, feeling helpless, decided not to continue arguing and directly stated his plan for the day. President Qin, I plan to buy some things in Yuchong. Consider it as gifts for the brothers and sisters of our sect, as well as for the elders. How many gifts do you need? I can help you choose. Everyone should have one, including the outer sect. Qin Shangqian was truly shocked this time. Everyone should have one. How many people are there in Vast Heaven sect? There are 18 palaces in the inner sect alone, plus the Vast Heaven Palace, which makes it 19. Some palaces have tens of thousands of people, while others have several thousand or nearly 10,000. By this calculation, the total number of inner sect disciples in Vast Heaven sect is an incredibly large number. Without exaggeration, the Vast Heaven mountain range, where the number 1 sect in the world, Vast Heaven sect, is located, is like a city on every peak and in every palace. Giving everyone, including outer sect disciples, a gift. To be honest, Qin Shangqian couldn't wrap his head around the logistics. It's okay, we'll use blind boxes. Buy more of them, and everyone can draw a blind box. Whatever they get is what they get. Chu Xinghe explained his plan when he saw Qin Shangqian looking confused. Blind boxes. Qin Shangqian didn't understand, but Chu Xinghe explained it to him. All the gifts would be mixed up and put into boxes of different sizes but with the same appearance. Then, everyone could choose one, and whatever they picked would be theirs. This unique way of giving gifts left Qin Shangqian dumbfounded. He originally thought that Chu Xinghe intended to bring valuable gifts for the sect master and the elders, but he never expected. Ma Liang was also shocked. No wonder senior brother Xinghe didn't use a universe ring. It wouldn't be able to hold this quantity. Although Qin Shangqian didn't understand why Chu Xinghe was doing this, he immediately arranged for someone to prepare the boxes as Chu Xinghe had suggested. Meanwhile, Qin Shangqian and Chu Xinghe started shopping in Yuchong. They arrived at the largest commercial street in Yuchong, which was the city's main trading area. But within a few minutes, Qin Shangqian witnessed firsthand what it meant for Chu Xinghe to go shopping. This shop looks good, let's take everything. Take what? Everything except the owner and the staff. Okay. This shop is also good. It's all gold and silver jewelry. I'll take everything. This jewelry shop is decent. I'll take everything. For this clothing shop, forget the clothes, buy all the accessories. While others buy things based on individual items, Chu Xinghe buys things based on the shop. So the entire commercial street quickly became lively in just a short moment. A transcendent level tycoon has arrived in Yuchong, and he doesn't pick and choose when buying things. Once he buys everything in the shop. He sweeps through the entire commercial street, except for a few shops that Chu Xinghe doesn't like, basically buying out all the goods that can be bought. All the shop owners are not in their shops today. They are all standing outside, respectfully welcoming him. They have seen wealthy people before, but they have never seen someone as wealthy as him. At this moment, Qin Shangqian is also embarrassed. In Vast Heaven sect, if you ask which palace is the strongest, no one would dare to claim superiority over anyone else. But if you ask who is the richest, if Spirit Crane Palace claims to be second, the other palaces would definitely curse Spirit Crane Palace for being shameless. But just how rich is Spirit Crane Palace? Qin Shangqian saw it today. Because Chu Xinghe said that all of this is pocket money given by his senior brothers. Listen, pocket money, can your pocket money buy one street and then another street? If it weren't unnecessary, Qin Shangqian would suspect that Chu Xinghe could buy Yuchong and move it away. The shopping continues until evening. Chu Xinghe buys out all 7 blocks of Yuchong. The whole city is talking about the transcendent level tycoon sweeping through Yuchong. At night, everyone doesn't return to Vast Heaven sect because they still need to prepare at the teleportation array. So everyone stays in Yuchong. But this time, they didn't choose Fan Tower. After all, Qin Shangqian is here, and Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce is here. How could they let their own people stay outside? Qin Shangqian directly arranges everyone to rest in the Western Branch Meeting Hall of Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce. After dinner, Qin Shangqian accompanies Chu Xinghe to stroll around Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce. But just as they take a few steps, a subordinate comes to report. Speak up, whatever it is. Xinghe is a member of our vast heaven sect. Qin Shangqian looks at the subordinate who is hesitating and speaks directly. The subordinate quickly salutes Chu Xinghe upon hearing this, and then reports the matter. President, Jia Gui from Tingshe Tower has come again. Didn't I tell him to leave? Why is he still coming? Qin Shangqian gets angry, and when he sees Chu Xinghe looking puzzled, he quickly explains, Xinghe, you may not know. Our western branch is the closest to Lingmei Mountain. Crossing the Yulin mountain range, we reach Lingmei Mountain. So the mining of spirit stones is also our responsibility in the western branch. A few days ago, a large mine was discovered, and several chambers of commerce, including our vast heaven chamber of commerce, bought a large amount of raw stones from the mine. As long as these raw stones are transported from Lingmei Mountain to the eastern district, the profit will be tenfold. The Shi family, mentioned by Qin Shangqian, is one of the 3 major families in the world, and it is even ranked above the Huang family. The Shi family started with spirit stones, and it's not just talk that spirit stones from all over the world come from the Shi family. The Shi family constantly purchases a large number of raw stones containing spirit stones from various sources. Then, using their special methods, they can extract the spirit stones from the raw stones. After the elders of the Shi family identified the large mine discovered in Lingmei Mountain, they found that it was a transcendent level mine capable of producing high-grade spirit stones. Everyone rushed to buy, and once the raw stones were transported from Lingmei Mountain to the Shi family, with the help of the Shi family's methods to extract the spirit stones, it would be at least a tenfold profit. And Tingshe Tower, where Jia Gui is from, is also one of the top 10 sects. Tingshe Tower received the news late, so they didn't manage to grab any raw stones. Jia Gui has been begging and seeking help from various people, and he knows that Vast Heaven Sect has purchased the most raw stones. So he is willing to buy the spirit stones in Vast Heaven Sect's hands at 5 times the price of the raw stones. Can Qin Shangqian agree to this? We have already bought the raw stones, and as long as they are transported to the Shi family, we will make a tenfold profit. Now you want to buy them at only 5 times the price. Are we stupid? This would cause Vast Heaven Sect to suffer losses. Qin Shangqian explains passionately to Chu Xinghe. But when Chu Xinghe hears the words, suffer losses, his eyes light up. Originally, we could make a tenfold profit, but if we sell at 5 times the price, wouldn't that mean Vast Heaven Sect is losing 5 times? I can do this arithmetic. President Qin, take me to see the raw stones. Chu Xinghe speaks up, and Qin Shangqian naturally won't say much. He leads Chu Xinghe to the underground warehouse of Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Soon, in the warehouse, Chu Xinghe sees the mountains of raw stones. Wow, so many raw stones, even at 10 times the price. Chu Xinghe's eyes light up. Xinghe, once this deal is done, our western branch will definitely become the top among the 4 districts this year. These raw stones are enough to supply our Vast Heaven Sect's consumption for a year. Qin Shangqian's eyes turn red, and Chu Xinghe's eyes also turn red. Vast Heaven Sect's annual quota for spirit stone consumption. This is an astronomical number that I can't calculate with my arithmetic skills. At that moment, Chu Xinghe made a decision. Sell the raw stones to Jia Gui. Ah, Qin Shangqian looks at Chu Xinghe in confusion. I say, sell all the raw stones here to Jia Gui, we only need 5 times the price. Well, senior brother Xinghe, this won't do. If we sell to Jia Gui now, we would be losing half of our profit for nothing. Qin Shangqian didn't know what happened to Chu Xinghe, but before Qin Shangqian could finish speaking, Chu Xinghe already had something in his hand. I say, sell all these raw stones to Jia Gui from Tingshe Pavilion, only for 5 times the price. Sell them tonight. Chu Xinghe held the elder token in his hand, and Qin Shangqian also knelt down on the ground. But Qin Shangqian really couldn't understand Chu Xinghe's request. Clearly, they could earn 10 times the price, so what does it mean to give up the remaining 5 times? Senior brother Xinghe, you have the elder token in your hand, and I have no choice but to obey. But please, senior brother Xinghe, tell me why. If senior brother Xinghe can't give me an explanation, even if you have the elder token, I will definitely go to the sect to demand an explanation. Hey, unexpected gains. Give you an explanation. Give you a hammer explanation. Do I have to tell you that I intend to make the sect lose half? Can't I play openly? You want to sue me for causing such a big loss to the sect? That's great. If the sect knows about this, coupled with my reckless use of the elder token, tisk tisk, this time I'll definitely lose my status as a direct disciple. Chu Xinghe didn't give Qin Shangchen any explanation, but once the elder token was out, Qin Shangchen had to comply. When Jia Gui received the news that Vast Heaven Sect wanted to sell raw stones, he was stunned. He had already given up hope, but Vast Heaven Sect actually bought them. Has Qin Shangchen gone crazy? But there was no time to think about that. Jia Gui immediately prepared a large amount of spirit stones overnight and swallowed up Vast Heaven Sect's raw stones. Although he paid 5 times the original price for these raw stones, once they were processed at the Shi family, it would be a blood-earning 5 times profit. Is Vast Heaven Sect a bunch of idiots? Not only Jia Gui, but Qin Shangchen also thought Chu Xinghe was an idiot, but the elder token forced him to comply. However, Qin Shangchen had already made it clear that he would return to the sect together this time. This matter was too big, and he needed to report it truthfully to the sect master. Such a loss should not be counted on him, Qin Shangchen. Qin Shangchen spent a sleepless night, so angry that he almost turned white. Chu Xinghe had continuous sweet dreams and woke up laughing several times during the night. With this batch of raw stones, Vast Heaven Sect directly lost half a year's share of spirit stones. I ask, how did I lose this time? Today is a good day. Oops, why am I singing this annoying song again? So unlucky. Chu Xinghe woke up early in the morning and had a delicious breakfast with his junior brothers and sisters. However, compared to Chu Xinghe's happiness, his junior brothers and sisters had a bewildered look on their faces. Obviously, Qin Shangchen had already told everyone about the matter. Fu Zhongmao cautiously ran over to Chu Xinghe's side and said, "Senior brother Xinghe, is that Jia Gui your brother-in-law?" Get lost. Chu Xinghe kicked him. What kind of brain does this guy have? Am I such a shallow person? Am I pursuing money and beautiful women? From today on, I want to be a noble person, a great person, someone who has moved away from low-level interests, someone who only benefits the sect. Although Ma Liang couldn't understand why senior brother Xinghe was acting like this, he could only believe that senior brother Xinghe was extraordinary. In the following days, Qin Shangchen did not come to find Chu Xinghe again. Originally, this batch of raw stones could have made him the top of the 4 major districts this year, and it would have brought him closer to the position of the legendary president of the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce. But with Chu Xinghe's interference, Qin Shangchen felt a pain in his liver. Qin Shangchen had already figured out how to report the matter truthfully. This blame was too big, and he, Qin Shangchen, couldn't bear it. When he thought of Jia Gui happily taking away the raw stones, he felt even more uncomfortable. Calculating the days, Jia Gui's side should have almost arrived at the Shi family. He had given away 5 times the profit for nothing. The teleportation array was finally ready. When they came, they were a group of 100 people, but now they were 101. Qin Shangchen, whose hair had turned white in a few strands, also returned to the Vast Heaven Sect. Familiar dizziness, familiar vomiting, but this time only Qin Shangchen was vomiting. Although the others had an unpleasant expression, they didn't vomit, probably because their cultivation had improved. The dust settled, and everyone appeared on the martial arts field of the Vast Heaven Palace. And in front of the gate of the Vast Heaven Palace, with the sect master Ji Yu Mingqiao at the forefront, followed by the Grand Elder and the chief elders of each palace, all were present. Greetings, sect master and all the elders. Chu Xinghe saluted with the group of 100 people. Ha ha ha. Good children, we are already aware of each and every one of your performances during this trip. The sect is very satisfied with your performance in the Spirit Cave. But don't be proud because of this, after all, you have made some big and small mistakes. Reflect on yourselves when you return and never make the same mistakes again. When the sect master said this, his gaze swept over Ma Liang. Tears welled up in Ma Liang's eyes. The sect master's words meant that he already knew something, but he didn't intend to pursue it any further. He had finally passed. Looking at senior brother Xinghe in front of him, Ma Liang knew that he owed everything to senior brother Xinghe. Then, Ma Liang handed over the spiritual liquid in the universe ring to the Grand Elder to refine the marrow cleansing pill. And the disciples from each palace also left under the leadership of the elders of each palace. Before leaving, each person ran to Chu Xinghe and bowed to express their gratitude for Xinghe's care along the way. The many elders saw this scene and nodded with smiles. Qin Shangqian trembled as he watched from the side. He had seen the direct disciples of Vast Heaven Sect before, but Chu Xinghe was the first one he had ever seen. The 100-person group came from various palaces, and their respect for Chu Xinghe was not because of his position as the leader, but genuine from the heart. Looking at the sect master and the great elder, the way they looked at Chu Xinghe was like they were looking at their own son. As for the other elders, instead of being dissatisfied with Chu Xinghe's show of strength, each one was extremely kind. What is the background of this Chu Xinghe? Although Ma Liang had introduced so much, Qin Shangqian still couldn't understand. It's one thing for a person to have opportunities and good talent, but how can one person be liked by everyone? And today, according to the normal rules, everyone should have gone to Vast Heaven Palace to meet the sect master and the elders, so why did the sect master and the elders come out to greet them? I remember you are Qin Shangqian, the branch leader of the Western District. The great elder looked at Qin Shangqian after everyone had left. Disciple Qin Shangqian, greetings to the sect master, greetings to the great elder. Qin Shangqian quickly bowed. Qin Shangqian looked at the great elder in front of him, and the great elder's eyes were cold and devoid of the kindness he had shown to Chu Xinghe. But Qin Shangqian knew that no matter what, he had to report truthfully. So he gritted his teeth and said, reporting to the great elder, this matter is related to senior brother Xinghe, senior brother Xinghe. Qin Shangqian was interrupted by Ji Yu Mingzhao before he could finish speaking. If you have something to say it in Vast Heaven Palace. Qin Shangqian originally wanted to say it in front of more people, but now that the sect master had discovered it, it wasn't a good thing, right? What did he want by asking him to go to Vast Heaven Palace? To protect Chu Xinghe. Is he going to kill him to keep him quiet? With a trembling heart, Qin Shangqian followed them into Vast Heaven Palace. This was the first time in his life as an outer disciple that he had entered Vast Heaven Palace, but he had no mood to appreciate its luxury. Instead, he knelt directly in front of the great elder and the sect master. This is how it happened. Qin Shangqian had originally wanted to embellish the story, but now he dared not. He could only truthfully recount what had happened. After Qin Shangqian finished speaking, the great elder looked at Chu Xinghe who was standing to the side. Is what he said true? The great elder still had a kind expression. Qin Shangqian regretted it, because he knew that at this moment, as long as Chu Xinghe said he didn't know, the great elder would not hesitate to kill him and make him the scapegoat. In the end, he was too naive. Qin Shangqian knew that he was probably in deep trouble today. But just as Qin Shangqian was prepared to be the scapegoat and face death, Chu Xinghe spoke up, he's telling the truth, it was me. Ah, Qin Shangqian was dumbfounded. The great elder and the sect master also frowned. In fact, when Qin Shangqian said those things, their first reaction was disbelief. But Qin Shangqian had no reason to lie. What benefit would it bring him to accuse Chu Xinghe? But intentionally causing the sect to suffer losses was not something Chu Xinghe, this child, could do. If someone were to betray the sect, the great elder would suspect the entire Spirit Crane Palace, including himself, but he would never suspect Chu Xinghe. So this matter was strange. Xinghe, tell us, what were you thinking? Ji Yu Mingzhao spoke up. What was he thinking? Chu Xinghe had reached a point where he had nothing to lose. What else could he be thinking? He was planning to cause losses to the sect, but of course he couldn't say it directly, otherwise he would be killed on the spot. Just as Chu Xinghe was thinking about how to come up with a reason that wouldn't get him killed, a golden light suddenly flew over from a distance. It was a golden spirit bird. Ji Yu Mingzhao reached out in the air, and the spirit bird flew into his hand. This was the spirit bird responsible for transmitting important information for Vast Heaven Sect. Generally, the spirit bird would only appear when something major happened. So at this moment, Ji Yu Mingzhao couldn't care about anything else and opened the spirit bird to see what information it contained. And with just one glance, Ji Yu Mingzhao froze in place. He looked at Chu Xinghe, then at Qin Shangqian who was kneeling on the ground, and suddenly he laughed, a very happy laugh. Ha ha ha, good child, Xinghe, you really are a good child. The great elder was also stunned. He took the spirit bird from the sect master's hand and, after taking a look, he also laughed, ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Xinghe, this child, we almost misunderstood him. Qin Shangqin was bewildered by this scene. What is going on? Chu Xinghe was also stunned. Although he didn't know what was going on, he had a bad feeling. The sect leader and the elder burst into laughter, leaving Qin Shangqin feeling horrified, and Chu Xinghe also had a sense of foreboding. Soon, the elder directly opened the information from the spirit bird, and the content on the information appeared in front of Chu Xinghe and Qin Shangqin at the same time. When they saw the content, Qin Shangqin was dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe felt as if his heart had been stabbed. The bad feeling really came true. The information on the spirit bird was simple. Something went wrong with the raw stones. After the raw stones produced by the large mine were sent to the Shi family, it was discovered that the raw stones didn't produce any high-grade spirit stones at all, they were all the lowest grade. This was not good. The top 10 sects had invested heavily in buying the raw stones, and they were confirmed to be fine by the Shi family before the purchase. But now, this happened. Would the sects agree? They directly started a fight at the Shi family, and the head of the Shi family was beaten until he spat blood. The sects even made it clear that if the Shi family didn't give an explanation, they would not let it go. It was said that the person who made the head of the Shi family spit blood was from the Tingshe Pavilion, and someone named Jia Gui seemed to have fainted on the spot. Compared to other sects, although everyone suffered losses, it was only the loss of the base price, not being able to obtain 10 times the price. It was considered a loss, but not a bloodbath. But the Tingshe Pavilion was different. They were the top players who bought the raw stones at 5 times the price from the Vast Heaven sect. The Vast Heaven sect had the most raw stones, so they didn't just suffer losses, they were bleeding. Chu Xinghe looked at the information from the spirit bird and felt like he was about to faint on the spot, just like Jia Gui. But just as Chu Xinghe was about to vomit blood, the compass of misfortune actually started spinning again. What the hell? Just as Chu Xinghe was wondering, the compass of misfortune stopped at the peak of the 3rd grade cultivation level. Did he receive a reward? What the hell was this? Didn't he cause losses to the sect and make a bloody profit? Why would there be a reward? But in an instant, when he saw Qin Shangqin next to him, who looked ashen, Chu Xinghe thought of something. Good child, it seems you have discovered the problem with this batch of raw stones in advance. The art of stone identification is also part of the medicine saint's inheritance. Why didn't you inform Qin Shangqin in advance? Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to come and complain. It made me and the sect leader think that you were up to mischief again. The elder's face was full of affection. When the elder heard about Chu Xinghe's situation just now, he was truly shocked. After all, the Vast Heaven Order was still fresh in his memory. Although he had authorized at this time, for an elder to do such a thing with the elder's order, causing the sect to suffer losses, he really couldn't protect Chu Xinghe. He would definitely be heavily punished. The elder was puzzled as to why Chu Xinghe would do such a thing, but now he suddenly understood. He even automatically imagined Chu Xinghe as a good child, afraid that the sect would suffer losses and willing to use the elder's order. The reason he didn't tell Qin Shangqin in advance was probably because he was afraid of leaking the news. Ha ha ha, the medicine saint's inheritance is truly extraordinary. But the medicine saint did not choose the wrong person. This child is truly blessed by vast heaven. Qin Shangqin, now that things are clear, you should thank Xinghe for cleaning up the mess for you. If Xinghe hadn't intervened, do you know what your fate would be? The sect leader's voice became stern again. Qin Shangqin, this time you have gained a blessing in disguise. As for your previous accusation against Xinghe, I believe Xinghe is magnanimous and will not stoop to your level. This matter ends here. Yes, Qin Shangqin's face was ashen at this moment. After bowing to the sect leader and the elder, he left. Good child, you should rest as well. The elder waved his hand, signaling for Chu Xinghe to leave. Leaving the vast heaven palace, Chu Xinghe saw Qin Shangqin in the distance, looking lost and dejected. In fact, it wasn't just him who felt lost and dejected at this moment. Chu Xinghe himself was not in a good state either. But the 3rd grade peak reward from the compass of misfortune was somewhat comforting. Qin Shangqin, Senior, Xinghe. Qin Shangqin still looked lost and dejected, but when he saw Chu Xinghe, he panicked again. How much did you keep in the end? Ah! Qin Shangqin's legs went weak when he heard Chu Xinghe's words, almost kneeling to the ground. Fortunately, Chu Xinghe reacted quickly and grabbed him. People say that Ma Liang is a bringer of good fortune, but Chu Xinghe felt that Qin Shangqin was the true bringer of good fortune. If it weren't for him this time, he would have truly lost everything. Fortunately, Qin Shangqin didn't listen and secretly kept some raw stones, causing damage to the sect. Although it was indirect, it was still related to him. That's why he received the reward. Chu Xinghe felt that he must keep someone who didn't listen and caused trouble like this. In this era where everyone digs their own graves, it's really not easy to find someone like Qin Shangqin who brings good fortune. Senior Xinghe, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Qin Shangqin's face turned pale as paper from fright. How much did you keep in the end? 1/10. Senior Xinghe, I really didn't know your good intentions. Qin Shangqin was truly panicked at this moment. He knew that if this matter were made public, no one could save him. Disobeying the elder's order, just this alone, he would die 100 times over. Alright, I understand this matter. After you go back, no matter what method you use, plug the hole yourself. This matter ends here, Chu Xinghe said calmly. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Qin Shangqin was immediately stunned in place. At this moment, he couldn't believe it. Xinghe Sr. actually let him go. He didn't know how much effort he had put into coming to the sect to report him, but Xinghe Sr. didn't bring up the matter of him secretly keeping the raw stone in front of the sect leader. And now, he was even given a chance to go back and plug the hole himself. Qin Shangqin truly admired him at this moment. When he first came to Vast Heaven Palace and saw so many people respecting Xinghe Sr., even the elders of various palaces liking Xinghe Sr., Qin Shangqin didn't understand why. But now he knew, he understood. If he had called Xinghe Sr. before out of respect for his high status, then at this moment, his address to Xinghe Sr. had nothing to do with status. He genuinely admired and respected him, completely won over by Xinghe Sr.'s magnanimity and broad-mindedness. A person who was misunderstood and reported by others, yet didn't hold a grudge and ultimately helped that person. What a noble person. Smack. Qin Shangqin slapped himself hard. Senior Xinghe, I will remember today's matter in my heart. Thank you, Senior Xinghe, for sparing me. Alright, stop it. You have been diligent and hardworking for the sect for so many years. Even if you haven't made any contributions, you have still put in effort. But remember, there must not be a next time. Senior Xinghe, rest assured. From today onwards, if you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to chase a dog, I will never chase a chicken. Qin Shangqin left, leaving Vast Heaven Sect with infinite respect for Chu Xinghe. Thanks to Chu Xinghe's intervention, Vast Heaven Sect became the only winner in this raw stone incident. Although Chu Xinghe felt uncomfortable, fortunately, Qin Shangqin, who knew the truth, still helped him out, so he didn't leave empty-handed. Not long after Qin Shangqin left, the people and horses of the Vast Heaven caravan finally arrived at Vast Heaven Sect. When a large number of vehicles carrying boxes with the Vast Heaven Sect cloud pattern logo entered Vast Heaven Sect, it attracted the attention of countless people. What is this? I don't know. I heard Xinghe Sr. bought them. What did Xinghe Sr. buy? There are so many. I don't know. How much money did this cost? Xinghe Sr. is a disciple of Spirit Crane Palace. I heard that the senior brothers of Spirit Crane Palace treat Xinghe Sr. as a treasure. This amount of money is nothing to Spirit Crane Palace, right? A large number of blind boxes were delivered to Vast Heaven Sect, and just as everyone was discussing what Chu Xinghe was up to, the blind boxes were distributed. Elders, as a disciple going down the mountain for the first time, I wanted to bring some gifts for the elders and fellow disciples. But I didn't know what everyone likes, so I used this method. The blind boxes contain everything. No matter what you open, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't laugh, Chu Xinghe said as he handed out the blind boxes to the elders of each palace. The elders who received this kind of gift for the first time were stunned, but soon couldn't help but laugh. This child, there were disciples from various palaces who went down the mountain before, but they would bring back precious gifts. However, those gifts were only given to those who could help them or bring them some improvement. Although there was nothing wrong with giving gifts, those who didn't receive any gifts would still feel a bit sour. But Chu Xinghe's method was interesting. Everything was packed in blind boxes, and he himself didn't know what he was giving. From the sect leader to the elders, and even the outer disciples, Chu Xinghe prepared a blind box for each of them, treating them all equally. If you were an elder, you might open a blind box and find a useless cloth doll, and if you were an outer disciple, you might open a blind box and find a highly valuable treasure. This approach not only made everyone feel fresh, but also secretly nodded at Chu Xinghe's equal treatment. This child, he really put in effort. The elders received the blind boxes, and Ji Yumingqiao also received one. When Ji Yumingqiao opened the blind box and saw the grasshopper doll inside, he couldn't help but smile. The grasshopper doll was of low value, but at this moment, it seemed more precious to Ji Yumingqiao than all the treasures brought back by the disciples. Because Chu Xinghe's approach was first fair, and secondly, treated everyone equally. How could Ji Yumingqiao not like such Chu Xinghe? Ji Yumingqiao carefully placed the grasshopper doll in the most prominent position on his treasure shelf. Compared to the priceless treasures around it, the grasshopper doll might not be worth mentioning, but in Ji Yumingqiao's heart, it was far more precious than those treasures. Because when others give gifts, they have ulterior motives, but when Chu Xinghe gives gifts, it's from the heart. Is there anything more precious than a gift from the heart in this world? The entire vast heaven sect has been bustling these past few days, almost like a New Year celebration. From the sect master to even the cooks in the cafeteria, everyone has received Chu Xinghe's blind box gift. The most discussed topic these days is what everyone got. I heard the sect master got a grasshopper plush toy. Wow, really? I thought Xinghe Sr. was just joking, but it turns out it's a blind box too. Even the sect master got a blind box. You don't know Xinghe Sr.'s character. We disciples of Vast Heaven Sect know him well. He's not the kind of person who flatters the higher-ups. This gift is a sincere gesture, not an attempt to please the higher-ups. In the past, when people returned from their travels, they would bring various gifts for the elders and the sect master. We low-ranking disciples were never considered. But if you look at Xinghe Sr., this person is really different. I heard an outer disciple got a high-grade spirit stone pendant. That's extremely valuable. What's the big deal? I heard our first elder got a cloth doll. Ha ha ha. Those who received good things were happy, and those who didn't weren't sad either, because if the sect master only got a grasshopper plush toy, and the elders got cloth dolls, their own gifts weren't bad either. Everyone in the Vast Heaven sect was happy because they received blind boxes. At the same time, everything about the 100-person team's trip to the Spirit Cave was spread after they returned. Everything Chu Xinghe and the 100-person team did was known throughout the Vast Heaven sect. For a while, whether it was the elders or ordinary disciples, they all secretly nodded in approval of Chu Xinghe and the 100-person team's actions. Brave and resourceful, willing to help others, warm to fellow disciples like spring, and cold-hearted to enemies like winter. Chu Xinghe's actions earned praise from everyone in the Vast Heaven sect. Especially when they finally retrieved all the spirit liquid, the 3,000 newly recruited disciples cheered and praised Senior Xinghe for being so awesome. They were originally sad because they couldn't join the 100-person team and enter the spirit cave for marrow cleansing, but now that they had the spirit liquid, each person could at least get a marrow cleansing pill. Although it couldn't compare to the effect of the spirit cave, it was still a great benefit. It was a huge improvement for everyone. Senior Xinghe brought great benefits to each of the 3,000 people. How could they not be happy? The entire Vast Heaven sect was filled with joy, except for one person. In the outer sect, Chu Cheng, who could finally get out of bed, also received Chu Xinghe's blind box. Chu Xinghe, you scoundrel. Such despicable behavior to win people's hearts. Chu Cheng was so angry that he threw the blind box on the ground. The blind box shattered, revealing a Zongzi doll. It's so coincidental that the color and packaging of this Zongzi doll look so similar to Chu Xinghe at the moment. Chu Xinghe, you scoundrel. How dare you insult me like this? Chu Cheng grabbed the Zongzi doll and tore it into pieces. But this didn't relieve his anger. Who is he? He is Chu Cheng, the #1 talent in Kaoshan village. Chu Xinghe is just ranked behind him. As the #1 person in Kaoshan village, his future is destined to become someone who wields a 3-foot sword and reaches the 9th layer of heaven. Even though he is currently facing various unfair treatments, Chu Cheng firmly believes that this is just a test from the path of heaven. As the saying goes, heaven burdens those who can bear it, and one must suffer before achieving greatness. He is undergoing this trial, and as long as he gets through it, he will soar over the dragon gate and rise to the top. But what is Chu Xinghe? He dares to humiliate him like this. He's just a second-ranked nobody in Kaoshan village. He should always be trampled under his feet. After shouting for a while, Chu Cheng finally felt relieved. But just as Chu Cheng was about to lie back down and continue enjoying the test from heaven, the door was kicked open. Led by Lu Bo, a fat-headed fish, they walked in with displeased expressions. What the hell is this dog barking about? I almost got scared shitless when I was taking a dump. Hey, this is a blind box that Xinghe Senior Brother gave. You actually shattered Xinghe Senior Brother's heartfelt gift. Xinghe Senior Brother is from the same hometown as you, and he has helped you time and time again. Yet you have such a heartless and ungrateful attitude. What? You even tore the gift apart. I can't take it anymore. Xinghe Senior Brother is such a good person, and you scoundrel, are like this. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson. No one knows how long the brawl lasted, but it is certain that the burden of heaven on Chu Cheng will make him suffer for at least another half a year. The incident at the outer gate did not reach Chu Xinghe's ears because he has been busy refining the marrow cleansing pill these past few days. The marrow cleansing pill is a 4th grade pill, and as a 4th grade alchemist, Chu Xinghe has no problem refining it. Moreover, because of the inheritance of the medicine saint, Chu Xinghe was truly moved. The elder said that the marrow cleansing pills refined by others are all of ordinary quality, such a waste. The one Chu Xinghe refines is supreme grade, which is a great help to his junior brothers and sisters. So, the marrow cleansing pills were all handed over to Chu Xinghe for refining. Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded at that moment. He never expected this turn of events, no matter how much he calculated. Isn't this considered a punishment? Doesn't the compass of misfortune care about this? Is there still justice in the world? Is there still righteousness? Every day, Chu Xinghe wore a mournful expression while refining medicine in the Medicine King Palace, and the senior brothers and sisters of the Medicine King Palace were not idle. For every supreme grade marrow cleansing pill they distributed, they would tell the user. Do you know, this was personally refined by junior brother Xinghe. In the entire Spirit Crane Palace, only junior brother Xinghe can guarantee the production of supreme grade marrow cleansing pills. The difference between supreme grade marrow cleansing pills and ordinary marrow cleansing pills is not insignificant. For your sake, senior brother Xinghe hasn't left the Medicine King Palace for half a month. We all feel sorry for him. With the help of the senior brothers and sisters, every disciple who took the marrow cleansing pill was extremely grateful. Look, this is our senior brother Xinghe. He is wholeheartedly devoted to helping his junior brothers and sisters grow faster. The elders of each palace also expressed their gratitude for Spirit Crane Palace and Chu Xinghe's efforts. But when they expressed their gratitude, the Grand Elder became even happier. He personally kept an eye on Chu Xinghe, and he didn't even have a chance to slack off. Under such harsh training, Chu Xinghe did gain something. At least his alchemy skills reached the 5th grade. It took Chu Xinghe a full 2 months to refine all the marrow cleansing pills. When he walked out of the Medicine King Palace, he understood what it meant to complete his sentence. What 5th grade alchemist? That's all nonsense. I hate alchemy the most. Bullshit. Back in his room, Chu Xinghe planned to be a lazy person. From now on, he wouldn't do anything stupid. He would just slack off. After the incident with the raw stones, Chu Xinghe knew that even with a clear plan, he could still lose. He must have a more secure method, otherwise he couldn't easily make a move, or who knows what consequences it might bring. Junior brother Xinghe, you finally came out of seclusion. Feng Fei came back and laughed heartily when he saw Chu Xinghe lying there like a dead dog. Feng senior brother, just stab me to death. I feel hopeless about life. That won't do. I just received news that people from Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace are coming. This time, they are not coming in peace. The elders from each palace are now gathering at Vast Heaven Palace to discuss how to deal with it. We're going to war. Chu Xinghe was shocked. Not war, but my Vast Heaven Sect is ranked first in the world, and Martial Emperor City is second only to Vast Heaven Sect. For years, Martial Emperor City has been wanting to surpass Vast Heaven Sect and become the number 1 in the world. Let them surpass then. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but interrupt Feng Fei. Feng Fei continued, but the martial emperor city is far superior to our vast heaven sect in terms of heritage and strength. It is nothing but a pipe dream to surpass us. However, the martial emperor city is not willing to give up. 15 years ago, they proposed the idea of disciples, martial arts competition. It is said that the most outstanding disciples of each generation from the martial emperor city will come to the vast heaven sect for exchange and learning. You understand what I mean. As for the heavenly medicine palace, it is also the only alchemy powerhouse that can compete with our spirit crane palace. This time, they came with the martial emperor city, claiming it is for exchange and learning, but in reality, they are no different from each other. After Feng Fei finished speaking, Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. I guess that in this generation of disciples, junior brother Xinghe, you will definitely participate, and not only against the martial emperor city, but also against the heavenly medicine palace, Feng Fei said cautiously. After hearing this, Chu Xinghe asked anxiously, what if I lose? Lose? Junior brother Xinghe, you're joking. In the past 15 years, our vast heaven sect has only lost once to the martial emperor city. That time, it was because our disciples were not strong enough and were extremely arrogant. However, that failure also damaged the reputation of our vast heaven sect. We paid a huge price to stabilize the situation. So, junior brother, you must not think about losing. If you lose, not only will the sect be damaged, but you will also be severely punished. After all, this is a battle against the martial emperor city. Losing means losing the face of our sect. At that time, even if everyone pleads, it will be useless. Chu Xinghe burst into tears. Senior brother Feng Fei, what an exceptional senior brother. Martial Emperor City, with your righteousness, you will eventually become the #1 in the world. If you are not capable, I, Chu Xinghe, will still support you. In 15 years, we have only lost once, and after losing, the reputation of the sect was damaged, and our dignity was lost. We paid a huge price to stabilize the situation. Vast Heaven Sect, the #1 sect in the world. It would be so embarrassing to lose to the second-ranked martial emperor city. But I, Chu Xinghe, am not afraid of embarrassment. I have made embarrassing situations my lifelong goal. So, the martial emperor city is here to challenge us, right? I, Chu Xinghe, will definitely accept it. Watch closely, we have only lost once in 15 years. I will give you a second and third loss, because I have already lost to the Heavenly Medicine Palace. No one can stop me. Seeing Chu Xinghe's excitement, Feng Fei thought that he was excited because of the challenge. Junior brother Xinghe, you will definitely have to fight, and now there are rumors outside that you should represent our generation as the chief disciple to fight against their chief disciple. But I also heard that their guy named Zheng Yu from the Martial Emperor City has inherited the 7-colored glass body, which is not easy to deal with. Not easy to deal with. Chu Xinghe became excited again. If it's not easy to deal with, then it's perfect. If it's too easy, it wouldn't be good to act. It's better to have a strong opponent, so losing would be more acceptable. Fear not, senior brother Feng. If I can represent the sect in the battle, I will definitely not disappoint the sect's trust. Feng Fei looked at Chu Xinghe, who was full of fighting spirit, and showed a satisfied expression. And Chu Xinghe seemed to see a bright future beckoning to him. Today, no, I definitely won't sing that song this time. As an emperor-level actor, a real battle with real weapons, without any interference, I, as an actor, ask how I will lose in this state. The sect did not keep Chu Xinghe and others waiting for long. Soon, news came from Vast Heaven Palace. Upon receiving the news, Chu Xinghe immediately set off for Vast Heaven Palace. Outside the Vast Heaven Hall, he met Wang Lin and Ma Liang. Senior brother Xinghe. The two saw Chu Xinghe and greeted him with a smile. The three of them entered the Vast Heaven Hall together. At this moment, in the Vast Heaven Hall, the sect master, the Grand Elder, and the elders of each palace were all present. Greetings to the sect master and all the elders. After the three of them paid their respects, the Grand Elder spoke first. You should already know about the visit from Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace, so we have called the three of you here. You should also know the reason for this. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chu Xinghe nodded calmly, showing no emotions. But Wang Lin and Ma Liang were wide-eyed, and then their faces showed ecstatic expressions. The visit from Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace was not a secret. Almost all the palaces had received the news. As for Heavenly Medicine Palace, it was certain that it was senior brother Xinghe. No one in the entire vast Heaven sect doubted this. But what about Martial Emperor City? There would be 3 participants in the competition. Senior brother Xinghe would definitely participate, and his opponent would be Zheng Yu, who was known for his 7-colored glass body. But who would fill the remaining 2 spots? Everyone was discussing this, as being chosen meant that these 2 individuals had gained the recognition of the sect master and the elders, making them the most outstanding among the 3,000 disciples of this generation. When Wang Lin and Ma Liang were called, they were actually very nervous. Especially when they saw senior brother Xinghe also appearing, the 2 of them seemed to realize something. But after hearing it from the Grand Elder himself, they couldn't help but feel excited. While they were excited, the many high-ranking members of the sect were also watching all of this. On one side was the calm and composed Chu Xinghe, and on the other side were the ecstatic Ma Liang and Wang Lin. In comparison, both the sect master and the elders had to admit that this child, Xinghe, was truly extraordinary. Mature beyond his years, calm in the face of adversity, this was true composure. To have such demeanor at such a young age was truly a blessing for vast heaven. After you 3 return, you must prepare well. In 3 days, the people from Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace will arrive. This competition is related to the honor of our sect, so you must not be careless. The Grand Elder spoke, and at that moment, the excitement on Ma Liang and Wang Lin's faces disappeared, replaced by the immense pressure that brought nervousness and unease. Looking at Chu Xinghe, still calm as ever, the elders nodded again, unperturbed by praise or humiliation. This child, Xinghe, was truly remarkable. Representing the vast heaven sect in the competition was something that Chu Xinghe had probably already anticipated. It was not surprising that he didn't show much surprise or excitement. But the Grand Elder's words just now did bring some pressure. Looking at Ma Liang and Wang Lin, the 2 of them couldn't even force a smile anymore, but Chu Xinghe, facing such pressure, remained unchanged. This child truly made the elders take notice. The Grand Elder didn't add any more pressure. After a few simple words, he let the 3 of them leave the vast heaven hall. Outside the vast heaven hall, Ma Liang and Wang Lin each grabbed one of Chu Xinghe's arms. Without even looking, Chu Xinghe knew that the one on the right was junior sister Wang Lin, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Senior brother Xinghe, what do we do? I'm so nervous right now. Representing the sect in the competition, if I lose, wouldn't it bring shame to the sect? I'm. Wang Lin's words became incoherent. Senior brother Xinghe, I guessed what it was when we were called here. At that time, I was just happy that I could stand out from the 3,000 disciples. But as senior brother Xinghe said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Representing the sect, what if? Fuzhong Ma Liang didn't continue, but everyone understood what he meant. What if they lost? The nervousness and unease reached their peak, and the 2 of them looked at Chu Xinghe, whose heart was as calm as still water, with great admiration. Truly worthy of being senior brother Xinghe. Could it be that senior brother Xinghe doesn't even know what it means to be nervous? Senior brother Xinghe, don't you have even a bit of... Wang Lin spoke, but before she could finish her sentence, Chu Xinghe interrupted her. No. The reason you feel nervous and uneasy is because you're afraid of losing. You're just afraid of losing, but I'm not. If a person doesn't even have the courage to face defeat, how can they win? Chu Xinghe's face was inscrutable, but his words made perfect sense. Why are these 2 nervous? It's because they're afraid of losing. Being chosen from among the 3,000 disciples is undoubtedly excellent, but if they lose after going up there, they would become sinners of the sect. So the pressure is too great. But what pressure does he have? You guys are afraid of losing and only feel pressure when you want to win. What pressure? I don't feel any pressure. I'm here to lose, I don't want to win at all. I just want to lose, I don't care who the opponent is, no pressure at all. If you don't even have the courage to face losing, how can you win? These words from Senior Xinghe echoed in Wang Lin and Ma Liang's ears. The uneasiness on their faces disappeared significantly. The 2 of them knew that Senior Xinghe was telling them not to have any pressure. When you're not afraid of losing, what is there to fear? Representing the sect in battle, don't always think about how to win. Think about how you might lose. Senior Xinghe is reminding us to identify all the factors that could lead to losing. Once these factors are eliminated, we will never lose again. Indeed, Senior Xinghe is Senior Xinghe, already seeing through everything. The three of them separated and returned to their respective palaces. However, what the three of them didn't know was that their conversation at the door was heard clearly by the sect master and the elders in the vast heaven hall. If you don't even have the courage to face losing, how can you win? This kid is extraordinary, said sect master Ji Yu Mingzhao with a look of great satisfaction on his face. The Grand Elder and the other elders nodded in agreement. In all the years of competing with Martial Emperor City, every disciple chosen has been nervous and anxious. Xinghe is the first one who can see the outcome so clearly. Not being afraid of losing is the key to winning. This kid sees through it better than we do. The group of old folks nodded secretly. Spirit Crane Palace. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for will come true. Chu Xinghe sang happily, bouncing around. What? This song is not auspicious. That was in the past. This time, in the battle with Martial Emperor City, in the 3 matches, I will face Zheng Yu, the chief disciple of Martial Emperor City, in a one-on-one duel. Without any external interference, how can I lose in this situation? With a joyful mood, Chu Xinghe returned to Medicine King Palace. The news of the 3 chosen individuals quickly spread throughout the entire vast heaven sect. Chu Xinghe, needless to say, among the 3,000 disciples, Chu Xinghe's strength has long been recognized by everyone. When Ma Liang first started, he ranked first among the 3,000 disciples, which is why he felt dissatisfied when he went to the spirit cave with Chu Xinghe. As for Wang Lin, although her ranking in the entrance test of the 3,000 disciples was not very high, but the trip to the spirit tomb allowed her to obtain a soul-integrated spiritual weapon. Later, during the trip to the spirit cave, she was promoted to the 2nd grade peak in one fell swoop. Shortly after returning to the sect, she broke through again. There are rumors that Wang Lin seems to have learned the highest skill of the Chu Lin Palace, the Rui staff technique, which is also the reason why she was able to stand out. So there was no one who felt that the 3 of them were chosen without any reason. On the side of the Spirit Crane Palace, it was natural that everyone expected Chu Xinghe to be selected, but the enthusiasm of the senior brothers still moved Chu Xinghe. Xinghe Junior Brother, these are various information I collected about Zheng Yu. Xinghe Junior Brother, although I haven't seen the highest skill of the Martial Emperor City, the 7-colored glass body, I found some general information for you from the secret pavilion of the Hidden Power Tower, which can be used as a reference. Even the elder did not idle. After calling Chu Xinghe, he also revealed some information about Zheng Yu that he knew. Chu Xinghe didn't really listen to what the elder specifically said. After all, our goal is to lose to Zheng Yu. Why listen to his weaknesses? I don't think there's a need for that. In summary, according to the elder, Zheng Yu can be described in one word: exceptionally strong. According to the elder, Zheng Yu is hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius by the Martial Emperor City. All his attributes are maxed out, and he has comprehended the highest skill of the Martial Emperor City, the 7-colored glass body. The Martial Emperor City has already made a bold statement that Zheng Yu will definitely sweep the vast heaven sect. The elder naturally recognized Chu Xinghe's abilities, but still instructed him not to slack off. Chu Xinghe nodded heavily. Indeed, he couldn't slack off. If he only loses to Zheng Yu simply, it might be somewhat acceptable to others. But if everyone jumps out to plead for him, and the sect leader softens his heart and gives him a 3-month confinement, then all his efforts would be in vain. So after realizing how powerful Zheng Yu is, Chu Xinghe realized that he was still too young. In this battle, he not only had to lose, but he had to lose with style, lose in a way that was embarrassing. To completely lose face for the sect, it is our duty. Afterwards, the elder mentioned the matter of the Heavenly Medicine Palace. The Heavenly Medicine Palace came together with the Martial Emperor City this time because they have produced an extraordinary genius and want to compete with the Spirit Crane Palace of the vast heaven sect. The elder didn't even consider the possibility of losing to the Heavenly Medicine Palace. And for the competition with the Heavenly Medicine Palace, the elder had only one requirement: not only to win, but to win with style, to win with dignity. We must not disappoint the sect. Chu Xinghe nodded firmly. Don't worry, Elder, when it comes to disappointing people, I never disappoint. 3 days passed quickly, and the Martial Emperor City and the Heavenly Medicine Palace arrived as scheduled. Vast Heaven Mountain, the mountain gate of Vast Heaven Sect is open today. The Great Elder personally went to the mountain gate to greet the visitor. Such a big battle was mainly because the person who came this time was Cheng Xiaoshan, the Lord of Martial Emperor City, a figure who could compete with Ji Yuming Chao. The strong naturally have the treatment that the strong deserve. The Lord of Xiaoshan City has come from afar, welcome Vast Heaven Sect. The Great Elder warmly invited Cheng Xiaoshan and others into the mountain gate. Everyone greeted them all the way to the Vast Heaven Palace, and Ji Yuming Chao also waited in the Vast Heaven Palace for a long time. When the Great Elder led the people from Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace to the gate of Vast Heaven Palace, Ji Yuming Chao also stood up from his seat and headed outside to greet them. As he walked, Ji Yuming Chao said to Chu Xinghe who was standing aside, "Galaxy, follow me." Okay. Chu Xinghe followed the sect master without knowing why. But the expressions of other elders around him changed. You must know that a large sect like Vast Heaven Sect has many rules of its own. For example, when receiving distinguished guests like the Martial Emperor City Master, there are clear regulations on where everyone should stand. There can only be 2 people standing in the position behind the sect leader, one is the Great Elder and the other is the chief disciple. Now that the sect leader asked Chu Xinghe to stand in that position, he was implicitly acknowledging that Chu Xinghe was the chief disciple of this session. Many elders looked at me and I looked at you, but no one said anything. After all, the ability and character of this kid Galaxy are there. If he becomes the chief disciple, no one would object. Brother Ming Chao. Brother Ming Chao remains the same after 10 years. City Master Xiaoshan is joking. In the past 10 years, City Master Xiaoshan has really become famous all over the world. While Ji Yuming Chao and Cheng Xiaoshan were being polite, the eyes of the people on the Vast Heaven Sect also fell on the 3 young people following Cheng Xiaoshan. The one standing in the first place is how to put it. In Chu Xinghe's words, this guy looks like the male protagonist from the comics, as if he is standing in the light. He is Zheng Yu, the peerless genius who is said to be born once in 1,000 years according to the Great Elder. After Zheng Yu, there is a girl carrying a long sword. Although the girl looks ordinary, the sword behind her is anything but ordinary. The sword seemed alive, shaking constantly behind her, as if it was about to be unsheathed at any time. Sword intent. How old is this girl to actually practice sword intent? An elder saw the mystery behind the sword behind the girl. That is the sword intent that those who practice swordsmanship dream of, but the sword intent is difficult to achieve. How many people have worked hard all their lives not to mention having their own sword intent, and they have never even touched the threshold of the sword intent. But the little girl in front of her has already understood her own sword intent at such a young age. This time, the Martial Emperor City is really coming with bad intentions. And then there is the third person, a boy who is 2 meters tall. His skin is a strange gray color, and his muscles make people wonder if he will kill him at any time. But this guy looks a bit ugly, and he doesn't seem very smart. It's the ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline. Martial Emperor City has actually found a disciple with the ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline. The well-informed elder Vast Heaven Sect recognized the dragon and rhinoceros bloodline in this third person. Good guy, a swordsman genius who understood sword intent at a young age, and a dragon and rhinoceros bloodline. Any one of them is definitely a genius among the geniuses, but these 2 people are ranked behind Zheng Yu, who seems to have nothing special at all. Why is this Zheng Yu? Are you handsome? In addition to Martial Emperor City, Wu Qun, the master of Heavenly Medicine Palace, also brought the genius of their Heavenly Medicine Palace, a girl who looks like you don't know whether to say she is an adult or not. If you just look at her height and appearance, you will definitely think that she is underage. But if you glance at her chest, you will know that saying that she is underage may be too arbitrary. The girl was looking directly at Zheng Yu, and she hadn't left since she entered. I guess the girl has even considered where she and Zheng Yu will be buried after they die together. Wu Qun coughed and introduced the little girl, whose name was Luo Yinger, and Chu Xinghe also remembered the names of the 2 people from Martial Emperor City. The sword intent girl's name is Xiao Ling, and the big rhino's name is Zheng Bo. What makes Chu Xinghe most unbelievable is that the big rhinoceros Zheng Bo is actually Zheng Yu's biological brother. In this regard, Chu Xinghe can only say that their parents are really awesome. Are you sure you don't want to find out who is not your biological child? Ji Yu Mingqiao also briefly introduced Chu Xinghe and others, and everyone's eyes naturally fell on Chu Xinghe. I have inherited the vast heaven sword sheath. I also want to take a look at this flying sword technique. Chang Xiaoshan looked at Chu Xinghe with a smile. It is no longer a big secret that the vast heaven sword sheath was obtained by Chu Xinghe, and the legend of the 9 flying swords has spread throughout the world. You can learn from your senior brother Galaxy. Yes. Zheng Yu has met senior brother Galaxy. Junior brother Zheng Yu is too polite, asking each other for advice. Ji Yu Mingqiao led everyone to sit down. Vast Heaven Sect prepared a grand banquet to welcome the arrival of Martial Emperor City. The banquet was very boring, just listening to the elders from both sides talking about Versailles. Chu Xinghe, Wan Lin and Ma Liang also approached each other to toast and express their welcome. Zheng Yu drank down the glass of wine in one gulp and kept saying polite words such as asking Brother Galaxy for more advice in the next few days. Xiaoling drank tea instead of wine because she had not long understood the sword intent and was afraid that drinking would not suppress her sword intent. The big rhinoceros didn't even bother to talk to Chu Xinghe, just munching on the chicken legs. It's not that this guy isn't very smart, he just doesn't have a good brain at all. Finally, it was Luo Yinger. Even when Chu Xinghe came over to toast, this girl didn't take her eyes away from Zheng Yu. Chu Xinghe left helplessly, but junior sister Wan Lin expressed her affinity with Luo Yinger and sat next to Luo Yinger, but Chu Xinghe watched the two of them chatting, and junior sister Wan Lin's hand, why was it just there? Where should it be placed? And the way they looked at Zheng Yu, the two girls, Luo Yinger looked at Zheng Yu with gleaming eyes, but the way junior sister Wan Lin looked at Zheng Yu, how could she have the hatred of killing her father and seizing his wife? The banquet ended in a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. Vast Heaven Sect also arranges accommodation for guests. Chu Xinghe followed the elder to send the guests to his residence and then went back to rest. After a dreamless night, Chu Xinghe was called to the Medicine King Palace by the great elder early the next morning. The duel is scheduled for tomorrow. The first match is between Wan Lin and Xiaoling, the second match is between Ma Liang and Zheng Bo, and the third match between you and Zheng Yu is. Chu Xinghe nodded. I discussed it with the sect leader last night. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Wan Lin to win this first competition. Chu Xinghe also agrees with the words of the great elder. Wan Lin is very good, but Xiaoling understands sword intent at a young age. In this way, even if she and Wan Lin are both third grade, the difference in combat power is not even a small amount. Half a point. Although Chu Xinghe looked worried, he was already singing about good times in his heart. What is this called? Open the door. In the first scene, junior sister Wan Lin knelt down when she came up. In the Vast Heaven Sect, she was defeated by someone first. Is there anything more exciting than this? It would be even more perfect if Ma Liang lost to the big rhinoceros in the second game. I would definitely not let them down in the third game. 3 defeats in 3 games. Is there any better ending than this? Even if Ma Liang can't win this second game, he won't lose. The ancient dragon and rhinoceros bloodline is the bloodline with the strongest defense, and Zheng Bo should be practicing Martial Emperor City's unique elephant armor skill, which will improve defense. He took it to the extreme, but you also saw it yesterday, this guy. The great elder pointed at his head as he spoke. Everyone understood what he meant. So in this battle, Ma Liang can't break through the opponent's defense, but Ma Liang has an absolute speed advantage, and the opponent can't do anything to Ma Liang. It's likely to be a draw in the end. Draw, okay, it's not unacceptable. So the outcome is still between you and Zheng Yu. Even the first 2 games are just foreshadowing. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. As long as you can defeat Zheng Yu, Martial Emperor City will still lose even if it wins the first 2 games. The elder looked at Chu Xinghe solemnly. Chu Xinghe nodded heavily. I'm sure. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. This time, Chu Xinghe does not need to issue any military orders. As long as he outputs the level and the minimum output limit in this game, and loses shamelessly enough, no one can protect himself, and even the reputation of Vast Heaven Sect will be destroyed. Therefore damaged. The elder smiled when he saw Chu Xinghei's serious face. Galaxy, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Just like you said, don't even dare to desire victory because you are afraid of failure. The elder patted Chu Xinghei heavily on the shoulder and left with a satisfied look on his face. After the great elder left, people from all the palaces came to cheer Chu Xinghei up. Brother Galaxy, you are the best. Who is that Zheng Yu? Knock him down. Junior Brother Galaxy, you have to believe in yourself. With your strength, as long as you perform normally, you will have no problem winning. Senior Brother Galaxy, you can definitely win, but can you not hit Zheng Yu in the face? It would be a pity if he gets hit badly. These are the junior sisters from Cholan Palace. Sure enough, appearance is justice, this elbow is almost on Zheng Yu's bed. More people who came to cheer Chu Xinghei were finally stopped by the great elder. The reason is not to put so much pressure on Chu Xinghei. But this thing about pressure. I had my hands in my pockets that year, and I didn't know what pressure was. At night, Feng Fei looked at Junior Brother Galaxy sleeping normally without any pressure and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Junior Brother Galaxy is indeed an extraordinary person. Vast Heaven Sect, the largest martial arts arena, was packed with seats today. The entire Vast Heaven Sect, everyone who could come gathered in the martial arts arena, and the sect leader personally presided over the martial arts competition. After briefly saying a few polite words such as Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City, the martial arts competition officially began. Under the spotlight, Wan Lin stepped onto the martial arts stage, with a big stick in his hand that looked particularly eye-catching. Chu Xinghei took a look and saw that the stick in junior sister Wan Lin's hand was called the Panlong 3-section stick. It was a spiritual weapon that was one with her soul, and she was practicing the Rui stick technique, the supreme skill of Cholan Palace. Even Chu Xinghei couldn't understand why Cholan Palace, which only had female disciples, liked to study stick techniques. Is it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? Or, what is missing and what is being supplemented? Wan Lin took the stage with the Panlong 3-section stick in his hand, and the martial arts arena suddenly erupted in cheers. This is home field advantage. Xiaoling flew up and landed lightly on the martial arts stage. The two stood opposite each other, and the great elder standing in the center of the martial arts stage announced the start of the first fight after getting the two's nods to confirm that it could begin. Without too much courtesy, the dragon's shadow suddenly appeared in Wan Lin's hand. The Panlong 3-section stick, which was only about half a meter long, suddenly expanded several times, like a super large chicken leg, and the drumstick was wrapped around it. Holding a greedy and crying dragon, Wan Lin took a step forward with a huge chicken leg in hand, and swung the chicken leg with the dragon's shadow and smashed it towards Xiaoling. But when faced with the Panlong 3-section stick falling from the sky, Xiaoling didn't even have the slightest intention to dodge. Buzz. Just as the chicken leg was about to fall on her, the sword behind her suddenly buzzed. The sword was pulled out of its scabbard by Xiaoling amid crazy vibrations. The sword was unsheathed, and nothing could suppress Xiaoling's sword intent. In an instant, the sword intent shot straight from Xiaoling to the sky, and the terrifying sword intent seemed to be able to tear everything apart. There was no need for Xiaoling's command at all. The soaring sword intent directly collided with Wan Lin's big chicken leg in the air. Sweeping by the sword intent, the shadow of the big chicken leg was split open in midair by the sword intent. The sword intent turned into a storm and swept around, and the shadow of the big chicken leg was completely torn into pieces by the sword intent. The violent sword intent did not end there. The sword intent fell from the sky like an awakened wild beast, and rushed towards Wan Lin to kill him. Wan Lin used the Panlong 3-section stick in his hand to block it, but the sword intent was too violent, and the huge impact directly knocked Wan Lin upside down and fell from the martial arts stage. Buzz. The sword intent returned to Xiaoling's side, the sword was sheathed, and the sword intent was resealed. Accepted. Xiaoling spoke calmly, as if he was talking about a very trivial matter, but at this moment, the entire Vast Heaven Sect martial arts arena was completely silent. Everyone watched with disbelief on Wan Lin's face as he was sent flying to the stage by sword intent. Some people may have thought that Wan Lin would lose, but no one thought that Wan Lin would lose in this way. One move. Was he instantly killed with just one move? But everyone is equally clear that it's not that Wang Lin is too bad, but that Xiaoling's sword intent is too terrifying. Even though the violent sword intent that suddenly shot up into the sky has disappeared now, it still makes everyone feel frightened. It is hard to imagine that such a gentle and quiet little girl could control such a violent sword intent. Lost, losing now. It's too fast. Senior sister Wang Lin didn't even have time to show all her strength. It's useless. Junior sister Wang Lin's opponent, the sword intent, is too terrifying. Wang Lin is no match. After a brief silence, the stand suddenly exploded. Vast Heaven Sect has been fighting with the disciples of Martial Emperor City for so many years, but this is the first time such an instant kill situation has occurred. In the past, no matter who wins or loses, the winner can basically be determined at the last moment, but today, Wang Lin was directly killed with one move. This gap is a bit too big. Although Cheng Xiaoshan tried hard to hold back the smile on his face at the moment, it was useless no matter how hard he tried, because he was happy from the bottom of his heart. They had competed with Vast Heaven Sect in Martial Emperor City for so many years, and even though they had won, but they were all narrow wins, and today we won so cleanly. That was the first time. On the other hand, Ji Yumingchao, although he always had a smile on his face, his smile looked stiff. Junior sister Wang Lin. A Taoist figure came out from not far away and came directly to Wang Lin. Chu Xinghe looked at Wang Lin, who was sitting there blankly. Wang Lin was like a wooden man who had been subjected to the immobilization technique, sitting there blankly, his eyes no longer as bright as before. The most difficult person to accept this result at this time is not the people around him, but Wang Lin himself. I had been preparing for this battle for so many days, and countless senior sisters and brothers came to give me ideas and solutions, but in the end, I was defeated with just one move. After losing so humiliatingly, Wang Lin felt that he really had no face to live in this world anymore. Just when Wang Lin lost all hope, a voice brought her back to reality. Junior sister Wang Lin, there is nothing to be sad about. You lost not because you are not good at cultivation, but because the opponent has sword intent and you have no intention. Senior Brother Galaxy. Wang Lin looked up and saw that the person in front of him was Senior Brother Galaxy. Wang Lin burst into tears and threw himself into his arms. Junior sister Wang Lin, I don't blame you for this defeat. It's because the opponent's sword intent is too strong. When you understand the meaning of the stick in the future, you will definitely be able to win it back. Chu Xinghe comforted Wang Lin while already singing in his heart. It's time. Open the door. Junior sister Wang Lin really did not disappoint herself. This game was so bad that she asked herself how she could lose this time. Great idea. Senior Brother Galaxy, what is great idea? Wang Lin Lihua looked at Chu Xinghe with rain. It's a great idea. Ahem, it's actually very simple. Have you ever heard of Zhu Qian and Yi Shen? That's a great idea. And have you ever heard of Zhu Shen and Yi Qian? That's also a great idea. 9 deep and 1 deep are great ideas. 9 deep and 1 shallow are also great ideas. Wang Lin stared at Chu Xinghe, and seeing Wang Lin's eyes, Chu Xinghe secretly said something bad. He accidentally got on the highway. But just when Chu Xinghe was about to change the subject and continued to comfort Wang Lin, a terrifying wave suddenly broke out on Wang Lin's body, which even pushed Chu Xinghe directly away from Wang Lin. As this, Chu Xinghe looked at Wang Lin in front of him in confusion. But just when he was wondering, the voice of the great elder suddenly came from not far away. Everyone be silent, Galaxy, don't touch her. You, junior sister Wang Lin, have an epiphany. An epiphany, holy crap, Chu Xinghe was stunned. But Chu Xinghe was not the only one who was confused at this moment. Everyone in the audience felt their heads were buzzing. What happened just now? In this first battle, Wang Lin was defeated by Xiaoling with one move. He looked completely despairing. Chu Xinghe ran to Wang Lin and didn't know what he said to Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly had an epiphany. So, it was Chu Xinghe who opened the door to enlightenment for Wang Lin just now. Not only the people on the Vast Heaven Sect side were in disbelief, but the Martial Emperor City side was even more so. Zheng Yu sat aside and looked at Wang Lin after being defeated. He knew that if Wang Lin could not adjust herself in time, then today's battle would become her lifelong demon, and she might also suffer from this battle in the future. Big influence. When Chu Xinghe rushed over to comfort Wang Lin, Zheng Yu's first reaction was that it was of no use at all. Wan Lin could not be solved by comforting her at this time, and she needed to get out of the predicament herself. But before Zheng Yu could get rid of this thought, Wan Lin immediately entered into an epiphany. Zheng Yu was also dumbfounded by this scene. This Chu Xinghe, what on earth did he do? How can a person not be decadent but have an epiphany after suffering such a huge setback? Just when everyone was wondering what Chu Xinghe had done, a terrifying shock wave rippled from Wan Lin's body. As the shock wave rippled, Wan Lin grabbed his Panlong 3-section stick, and in the next second, in front of everyone, a fluorescent light suddenly appeared on the Panlong 3-section stick. This fluorescence continued to spread, and finally enveloped the entire Panlong 3-section stick. The fluorescence seems to add a layer of phantom to the Panlong 3-section stick, and this phantom continues to grow and shrink on the Panlong 3-section stick. If you count carefully, this phantom ripples every 9 times. It will suddenly grow in size, then grow in size 9 times and then shrink once. This is a great idea. Juju unified harmony. The great elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Wan Lin also woke up from his epiphany at this time. When he saw the stick intention on his Panlong 3-section stick, Wan Lin knelt directly in front of Chu Xinghe. Wan Lin thanks Senior Brother Galaxy for his advice. Wow, the scene exploded. Great. Wan Lin actually realized the great idea in this situation. What's even more horrifying is that this idea was actually realized under the guidance of Chu Xinghe. Everyone's eyes fell on Chu Xinghe, who looked indifferent. At this moment, even the sect leader Ji Yu Mingchao found it incredible. How on earth did this kid Galaxy do it? Wan Lin could actually understand the stick's meaning in just a few words. And it's the strongest Juju unified harmony among the sticks. Zheng Yu looked at Chu Xinghe solemnly. Before coming to Vast Heaven Sect, he heard countless things about Chu Xinghe, but when he mentioned Chu Xinghe, he mostly said that he was where he is today because of the flying sword of Vast Heaven sword sheath. At best, it's just good luck. But after seeing it with his own eyes today, he realized that everyone was wrong. This Chu Xinghe is unfathomable. Although the battle between Xiaoling and Wan Lin just lasted only a moment, Chu Xinghe must have grasped the true meaning of Xiaoling's sword intent at that moment, and then transformed the true meaning of sword intent into the understanding of stick intention. Then he taught these to Wan Lin, and that's how Wan Lin suddenly realized what he wanted to do. The soaring stick spirit seemed to hit everyone's heart at this moment, and the entire Vast Heaven Sect also came out of the shadow of the failure just now. Although Wan Lin lost just now, Wan Lin actually understood the stick with this opportunity. I mean, this is not a bad thing no matter how you calculate it. Of course, everyone also knows that the reason why Wan Lin was able to understand the stick intention was all due to Chu Xinghe's guidance, so Junior Brother Galaxy, it is unfathomable. I won with sword intent just now. Now that you understand the meaning of the stick, how about we have a fair fight to decide the winner? On the martial arts stage, Xiaoling looked at Wan Lin, who understood the idea in the audience. Although she was extremely surprised, it only aroused her desire to fight even more. After Xiaoling finished speaking, the martial arts arena suddenly erupted with shouts. One more fight! One more fight! Wan Lin's eyes also lit up. She had just lost to Xiaoling's sword intent, and she was extremely unconvinced. Now that she had the chance to fight again, of course she was willing. But just when Wan Lin was about to say yes, Senior Brother Galaxy beside him suddenly spoke. Xiaoling, are you humiliating me, Vast Heaven Sect? Chu Xinghe used his spiritual power to make this sound, and the sound shook the entire martial arts arena. But now the entire martial arts arena was quiet, and everyone looked at Chu Xinghe with puzzled expressions, including Xiaoling. Another fight, huh? You mean we Vast Heaven Sect can't afford to lose? As the best sect in the world, I, Vast Heaven Sect, will never be afraid of failure. 3 battles are scheduled for today. Since you win, you win. I, Vast Heaven Sect, am willing to admit defeat. Losing and not being able to lose, I, Vast Heaven Sect, can admit defeat, but I will never find any reasons for losing, and I will never do the shameless behavior that I can't afford to lose. After Chu Xinghe's words came out, the whole place fell silent, and no one dared to mention another fight. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. I finally got the advantage of the door, and I almost let this little girl fail in my efforts. The entire martial arts arena was silent for a full 10 seconds. Chu Xinghei's words were like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Especially those vast Heaven Sect disciples who had just opened their mouths to call for another fight, now all of them lowered their heads. They really didn't think that much just now, they just thought about junior sister Wan Lin fighting again and winning. But when they heard junior brother Galaxy's words, they realized that Wan Lin had already lost just now. If they could fight again after losing and broke through, then wouldn't they be able to fight again even if the other party lost? When would they be able to separate if this cycle continues? A winner. Isn't this what junior brother Galaxy said he couldn't afford to lose? Vast Heaven Sect is the best sect in the world. It's not that Vast Heaven Sect has never lost, but Vast Heaven Sect has never been unable to lose. Losing and being unable to afford to lose are two different concepts. You can lose in Vast Heaven Sect, but you can never be told that you cannot afford to lose. All the elders looked at Chu Xinghei solemnly at this time. At that moment, Wan Lin broke through, and many of them were actually thinking about a real fight. But it was only at this moment that they realized that they were possessed. This is a competition between two sects, not a private fight. If you lose, you lose. If you win, you win. If you lose, you will understand and fight again. Isn't that nonsense? The great elders' eyes were full of approval. Today, the Vast Heaven Sect lost to Martial Emperor City in the first game. Of course, he felt very uncomfortable, but Wan Lin made a breakthrough on the spot and understood the great ideas of Juju Unified Harmony, which was enough to make up for the failure of the first game. What makes the elder even more gratified is that when Xiaoling took the initiative to request another fight, and when countless disciples shouted for Wan Lin to fight again, Chu Xinghei was the most sober person on the field. If Wan Lin really fights again today, and if he wins, how will the outcome be calculated? If Vast Heaven Sect wins, what will outsiders think of Vast Heaven Sect when they hear this news? Let's see. Vast Heaven Sect really can't afford to lose. After losing a game, the disciples will continue to fight with others until they win. If this is true, then what dignity does Vast Heaven Sect have? What reputation is there to speak of? Sect leader Ji Yu Mingqiao looked at Chu Xinghei with burning eyes. Galaxy is such a good boy. When Xiaoling took the initiative to ask for a fight just now, he was also thinking about whether it would be appropriate to fight again, but this kid Galaxy thought ahead of him. He knew that even if he won another fight, it would not bring any benefits to Vast Heaven Sect, but would actually make Vast Heaven Sect lose face. He stood up and stopped him in time. At such a young age, he could think so clearly and consider the pros and cons so thoroughly. This kid was really surprising. Although Cheng Xiaoshan kept smiling, the trace of disappointment flashing across his face was still caught in Ji Yu Mingqiao's eyes. In fact, Cheng Xiaoshan just wanted to fight again. No matter Wan Lin wins or loses, it will definitely be a huge blow to Vast Heaven Sect. The word spread is that Vast Heaven Sect cannot afford to lose. Cheng Xiaoshan originally thought that Wan Lin, young and energetic, would agree without hesitation, but he never expected that Chu Xinghei would consider it so comprehensively and not give him any chance at all. Looking at Chu Xinghei standing there, Cheng Xiaoshan couldn't help but shake his head. What a good boy. What a pity. Why is he not from our Martial Emperor City? In the first battle, Martial Emperor City wins. The Great Elder directly announced the results of the first competition, which also meant that Xiaoling's initiative to ask for a fight was directly ignored by the Great Elder. Although Wan Lin was a little disappointed in her eyes, she understood the meaning of the stick before the battle and wiped away the inner demons in Wan Lin's heart. She knew that she could not defeat Xiaoling today, not because she was not strong enough, but because of the sect's face. In the face of righteousness, he chose to endure it, but Wan Lin believed that one day he would definitely let this Xiaoling defeat him. The moment he heard the Great Elder announcing failure, Chu Xinghei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's too difficult for me. It's almost, just a little bit. After a short break, the second test came as scheduled. Ma Liang plays against the big rhinoceros Zheng Bo. How to evaluate this battle? In Chu Xinghei's words, it was so stinky and long. Ma Liang is very strong, at least among the disciples of this generation. He is definitely outstanding, but the big rhinoceros opposite Ma Liang is a monster. Facing Ma Liang's sword, this guy would not dodge or dodge, and he would bear every blow with his physical body. What makes people speechless is that Ma Liang's knife, with all his strength, couldn't even leave a white mark on someone's flesh. What the hell kind of defense is this? However, I soon learned from the Great Elder's mouth how terrifying this dragon and rhinoceros bloodline was. The natural bloodline known as the strongest defense in the world, coupled with the unique elephant armor technique of Martial Emperor City, combined together makes the big rhinoceros defense power reach an almost abnormal level. However, there are advantages and disadvantages. Dragon rhinoceros bloodline is strong, but people with dragon rhinoceros bloodline have one characteristic, that is, low intelligence. This big rhinoceros is not unintelligent, he is really a fool. So the defense is there, but the offense is a mess. Apart from chasing Ma Liang and running rampant on the court, this guy has no organized offense at all. In the first half, Ma Liang used various attacks to find the weakness of the big rhinoceros, but to no avail. Ma Liang began to use his speed to dodge the big rhinoceros. The battle lasted for a long time, and finally Ji Yu Mingqiao spoke. Brother Shaoshan, in my opinion, how about this competition ending in a draw? What Brother Mingqiao said is exactly what I want. Neither side can do anything to the other, so a draw is appropriate. Both big guys spoke, and the big elder, who had long been on the verge of vomiting blood, declared the draw on the spot without saying a word. Even after the great elder made the announcement, the big rhinoceros ignored Ma Liang and continued to chase Ma Liang. In the end, Zheng Yu went up and pulled the big rhinoceros back. This big rhinoceros ignored everyone else but obeyed his brother Zheng Yu. When my brother told me not to fight, I came back to eat. Ma Liang walked down the stage a little dejectedly. It was obvious that he was unwilling to win because he did not win. Ancient Dragon Rhino bloodline, don't say that you are at the same level as him. Even if you are 1 or 2 levels higher than him, you may not be able to break through the defense. You have done a good job. The great elder personally comforted Ma Liang, and then Ma Liang regained confidence. After a short rest, until the evening, the much-anticipated third battle also arrived. Vast Heaven Sect Chu Xinghe vs. Martial Emperor Cheng Zhengyu. This battle is different from the previous 2 battles. In the previous 2 battles, the Great Elder would give an explanation, but this time the Great Elder said nothing because the Great Elder believed that the Kid Galaxy was different from others and did not need any explanation from him. The moment Chu Xinghe took the stage, a roar like a mountain and a tsunami broke out. Zheng Yu on the opposite side frowned and looked around, looking at the Vast Heaven Sect disciples who were struggling to cheer for Chu Xinghe. Zheng Yu was really hard to understand. How did Chu Xinghe do this? It is understandable that a person is excellent, but Zheng Yu is equally excellent. But it is somewhat unacceptable that one person can be liked by the entire sect. Even if he is as outstanding as Zheng Yu, there are still many senior brothers in Martial Emperor City who don't like him, and they often give him obstacles in private. But looking at Chu Xinghe, all the people in the Vast Heaven Sect around him who were cheering for him had sincere expressions on their faces. That was not because of the sect competition at all, but from the bottom of their hearts. Even during the 2 days in Vast Heaven Sect, Zheng Yu secretly learned that no one in the entire Vast Heaven Sect said a bad word about Chu Xinghe behind his back. How on earth was this done? Fortunately, Chu Xinghe couldn't hear Zheng Yu's inner voice, otherwise he would have told him that you were in the wrong place. If you go to the outer door to find someone named Chu Chang, you will definitely not be disappointed. As the Great Elder started, the third battle also kicked off. A red flame bloomed all over Zheng Yu's body. The first color of the 7-color glazed body is red flame. And when the red flames were ignited, a Zhurong divine form condensed behind Zheng Yu. 7 colored glazed bodies, 7 ancient gods. The rumors are indeed true, this Zheng Yu is no small matter. Martial Emperor City swept the world with its 7-color glazed body 400 years ago. It was an invincible existence in that era. Later, it was also because of the inheritance of the 7-color glazed body that our Vast Heaven Sect surpassed the Martial Emperor City in one fell swoop. Now Zheng Yu has the 7-color glazed body. Inheritance, Martial Emperor City is not willing to be second, and wants to regain the first place. 7-color body, 7-color god. Zheng Yu has single-handedly combined the inheritance of 7 ancient gods and obtained a 7-color glazed body. I wonder if Galaxy can win. Zheng Yu has a 7-color glazed body, and Galaxy also has a Vast Heaven sword sheath. This is not 400 years ago. Countless elders were looking intently at the martial arts stage. The flames turned Zheng Yu into a flame giant in an instant, and Zhu Rong's divine form descended from the sky and perfectly matched Zheng Yu. The god of fire is here. A divine voice fell, and the entire martial arts stage was instantly engulfed in flames and turned into a sea of fire. Junior Brother Galaxy, be careful. Countless people in the stands were shocked as they watched the flame storm sweep across the martial arts stage in an instant, but it was no use. The flames spread so fast that Chu Xinghe was swallowed up almost in an instant. But just when everyone was worried about whether Chu Xinghe would be burned to ashes, a vermilion bird cry came from the flames. A pair of huge flame wings spread out on the martial arts stage, and Vermilion Bird, whose body was burning with divine fire, was born in the flames. Chu Xinghe stood in the sea of fire, and his white aura turned into vast heaven's fighting spirit, and his fighting spirit formed a white color. The spiritual energy swirled around Chu Xinghe like a storm. Vermilion Bird is on top, vast heaven is full of fighting spirit, and the Zhurong divine fire cannot harm Chu Xinghe at all. Zan Lao Fu Shu chuckled. Zhu Rong divine fire was strong, but Vermilion Bird spirit fire was no joke. It was impossible for Zheng Yu to defeat Chu Xinghe with Zhu Rong divine fire. Zheng Yu was obviously aware of this problem. Suddenly, the orange light on his body turned, and a starry figure appeared behind Zheng Yu. Xuanshan Shenyu. The moment the second divine form came, Zheng Yu's body suddenly split into two and then into four, turning into four identical Zheng Yus. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Seeing such a strange scene, everyone around him, including the Great Elder, was frightened. While Zheng Yu was split into four in the sea of fire, a yellow light broke through the sea of fire and rose into the sky. Vast heaven sword sheath. Locust. Zheng Yu was divided into four, becoming four identical Zheng Yus. I don't know which one is real and which one is fake. Vast heaven sword sheath. Locust. The yellow sword light rose into the sky, and it was the first time for many people to see Chu Xinghe use the vast heaven sword sheath. In an instant, the locusts turned into hundreds of sword lights in the sky, and the rain of swords fell from the sky. No matter which one was real and which one was fake, they were all included in it. Swish, swish. The sword light fell on the four Zheng Yus, but a scene appeared that stunned everyone in the audience. Zheng Yu, who was hit by the locust sword rain, had no intention of blocking it and just let the sword rain fall on him. But before they could figure out why, a scream came from the sea of fire. This cry is not Zheng Yu, but Chu Xinghe. Everyone turned around and saw that the huge aura tornado formed by the vast heaven fighting spirit on Chu Xinghe seemed to have been hit hard by some force, and was almost defeated. What's going on? Chu Xinghe was also confused. Is there a rebound? But without thinking, four Zheng Yu stepped on the sea of fire and were already killing him from four directions. The four Zheng Yus are exactly the same in terms of cultivation and aura. This is not an illusion at all. But Chu Xinghe didn't panic at all. It was almost. I performed perfectly. You also saw it. I tried my best, but brother Zheng Yu was too strong, so I lost now. There's nothing wrong with it, right? As an actor, Chu Xinghe knows that acting skills are very important. If you want to come up, Zheng Yu will lose his temper and jump off the stage with a scream. That performance is too poor. Then it will not be a matter of shame or shame. The Great Elder can shoot him to death on the spot as a spy. So not only must you lose, but you must also output your level and bottom line. Losing makes everyone feel that it is natural. Now, Chu Xinghe feels it's time to show real technology. Surrounded by four Zheng Yu, he was defeated because he had no experience, so he asked if it was particularly reasonable. So how could he let go of such a reasonable opportunity? Chu Xinghe was already prepared to fail under attack from all sides. But just when Chu Xinghe gathered the fighting spirit of vast heaven and prepared to defend with all his strength to prevent himself from being too seriously injured, the four Zheng Yu who rushed in front of him suddenly stopped. And their actions at the next moment made Chu Xinghe stupid. The four Zheng Yus did not attack Chu Xinghe at all. Instead, they all raised their palms and slapped them on the chest. This guy is also an actor. Chu Xinghe panicked all of a sudden. What is the actor most afraid of encountering? It's not that the teammates are too strong, but there are also actors on the opposite side. Although I don't understand why Zheng Yu takes selfies at all. But after this guy took a selfie, how could he still lose? You play me, right? Well, I don't pretend anymore, I'm showing off. Gritting his teeth, a purple light flew out of Chu Xinghei's left arm. Vast heaven sword sheath. Rakage appears. The flying thunder shadow turned into purple lightning and soared into the sky. Purple lightning flashed. Chu Xinghei didn't care about anything else at this moment, and directly launched his strongest attack, a flash of purple lightning, but the position where the purple lightning fell was not towards Zheng Yu, but towards Chu Xinghei himself. Being attacked from all sides by Zheng Yu, it makes sense for him to use a purple lightning flash, and then accidentally deflect the purple lightning flash and hit him a little bit. You, Zheng Yu, want to play me, right? I will never give you this chance. This victory must be yours today. The purple lightning came first and fell from the sky. Just when Zheng Yu's hand was about to hit him, the purple lightning landed on Chu Xinghei's chest first. Of course, having learned from the experience of instantly killing big monsters in the spirit cave, Chu Xinghei was also afraid that the purple lightning flash would be too harsh, so he only used 40% of it, and the chosen location was also his chest. This blow would ensure that he would lose his combat effectiveness, but it would never be fatal. Hang up on the spot. The purple lightning successfully landed on Chu Xinghei's chest before Zheng Yu could shoot him. Chu Xinghei was ready to spit out blood and fly backwards, but instead of the pain he imagined, a scene came that made Chu Xinghei stunned. Boom! All four Zheng Yu's chests were scorched black. In the next second, 3 of them were turned into ashes and dissipated. Only the Zheng Yu in front of him was left, spitting blood from his mouth and nose, and flew out upside down. The flames were all extinguished the moment Zheng Yu flew upside down, and the 2 gods on Zheng Yu also disappeared out of thin air. Zheng Yuren flew dozens of meters and finally fell from the edge of the martial arts stage. Chu Xinghei's eyes widened and he looked at Zheng Yu, who fell off the martial arts stage with disbelief. What the hell happened? The one who was struck by the purple lightning flash was me. What the hell did you do when you flew away? Can anyone explain what's going on? Chu Xinghei looked confused. On the spectator stand, Cheng Xiaoshan turned into a stream of light and descended from the sky directly to Zheng Yu. Brother, how dare you kill my brother? I will kill you. A silly shout came from the side, and the big rhinoceros that was gnawing on chicken legs just now was covered in gray light and rushed towards Chu Xinghei like crazy. Junior brother, no. Xiaoling saw that the big rhinoceros actually attacked Chu Xinghei and knew that it was not possible. After all, the fight between Zheng Yu and Chu Xinghei was a fair, just an open competition. What does it mean to take revenge on Chu Xinghei now? Buzz. Sword Intent rushed out from behind Xiaoling again and blocked the big rhino directly. I don't know if it was because my brother became like that and stimulated the big rhinoceros. This time, the big rhinoceros was incredibly fast. Xiaoling's Sword Intent didn't even have time to stop him. He was already in front of Chu Xinghei. Purple lightning flashed. The Rakage appears again. Purple thunder and lightning fell from the sky, click. Chu Xinghei somehow won the competition and was furious. How dare this idiot seek death? The big rhinoceros lay on the ground covered in black smoke, and the Sword Intent that stopped the big rhinoceros was torn into pieces in front of Rakage. Xiaoling's Sword Intent was damaged and vomited blood and fell to the ground. The world is clean. It's just that at this moment, everyone's eyes are looking at Chu Xinghei completely different. Especially Ma Liang. He has fought against a big rhinoceros, and he knows better than anyone how terrifying this big rhino's defense is. I carried a watermelon knife and chopped up the big rhinoceros for half an hour. Not to mention being injured, not even a hair was broken. But, the big rhinoceros was directly hit by the purple lightning, covered in smoke and seriously injured and fell to the ground. Not only the big rhinoceros, but also Xiaoling's Sword Intent was swept away by the Rakage's remaining power. The Sword Intent that defeated junior sister Wan Lin with that move actually had no resistance at all in front of senior brother Galaxy's Rakage. Sword Intent it was directly blown into pieces. Zheng Bo. At this time, Zheng Yu's voice also came, but it was too late. The big rhinoceros fell and Xiaoling was seriously injured. Zheng Yu looked at everything in front of him with a face of disbelief. In the end, he could only smile helplessly and looked at Chu Xinghei. Zheng Yu, who was bleeding from the mouth and nose, stood up from the ground with the help of Cheng Xiaoshan. Zheng Yu thanks senior brother Galaxy for showing mercy. Zheng Yu is convinced that he lost this battle. As soon as Zheng Yu spoke these words, even Cheng Xiaoshan couldn't help but nodded. In fact, Zheng Yu was injured just now. When he rushed down, his first thought was that this Chu Xinghe was simply too much, and he attacked so hard. But this idea disappeared when the big rhinoceros fell to the ground and Xiaoling's sword intent was blown to pieces. Anyone who is not a fool can see at this moment that Chu Xinghe's first purple lightning just now was, as Zheng Yu said, really merciful. Otherwise, what kind of physique does Zheng Yu have? What is the size of a giant rhinoceros? If he attacks with all his strength, Zheng Yu will probably be reduced to charcoal by now. But Zheng Yu's words almost made Chu Xinghe cry. Is that showing mercy? I was thinking about whether I could bear it, but who can tell me why it was Zheng Yu who was injured when he hit me? What the hell is this? Senior Brother Galaxy, Zheng Yu's skills are not as good as others. I am convinced, but Senior Brother Galaxy, can you tell me how you can see through my star movement technique? Zheng Yu looked solemn. The art of star movement. Chu Xinghe looked confused. What star shifting technique? When did you use the star movement? Are you not an actor? Aren't you going to play me? I just acted better and faster than you, why did you lose? Since Senior Brother Galaxy is unwilling to tell the secret method, Zheng Yu will not force it. Today, he lost to Senior Brother. Zheng Yu will remember it in his heart. He will come to ask for advice in the future. I also ask Senior Brother Galaxy to not hesitate to teach me when the time comes. After Zheng Yu finished speaking, he followed Cheng Xiaoshan to check the injuries of Big Rhino and Xiaoling. The Big Rhino's defense power was there. Although it was seriously injured by the electric shock, it was not life-threatening. But the more shocked Zheng Yu was. No one knows his brother's defense better than him. He has been sparring with his brother for a long time. Even if he attacks with all his strength, there is absolutely no way he can hurt his brother like this. But there was only one blow. Chu Xinghe beat his brother like this with one blow, and the sword intent of junior sister Xiaoling was blown to pieces. This was Chu Xinghe's hasty attack in panic. At this moment, Zheng Yu really wanted to know, how strong is Chu Xinghe? Unfathomable. At this time, Zheng Yu felt that perhaps only 4 words, unfathomable, could describe Chu Xinghe. Once upon a time, Zheng Yu was praised by the elders of his sect as the #1 person of the younger generation after inheriting the 7-color glazed body. Zheng Yu himself thought so too. Coming to Vast Heaven Sect this time, Zheng Yu will not forget the words of countless elders and brothers. 400 years. Vast Heaven Sect has been the best in the world for long enough. It's time for me, Martial Emperor City, to take back our supreme throne. Zheng Yu also came with supreme faith. Become the best in the world, start by defeating Vast Heaven Sect. But in this battle, Zheng Yu was convinced that Chu Xinghe didn't use any conspiracy or special techniques, but he defeated him head-on. Zheng Yu even felt that Chu Xinghe didn't even try his best. There is such a terrifying existence in this world. After all, I still sit in a well and look at the sky. Chu Xinghe, from today on, you will be my lifelong enemy, Zheng Yu. Chu Xinghe had no idea that he had become his lifelong enemy. At this moment, Chu Xinghe is still confused. So what? Can someone tell me what the hell the star shifting technique is? Why did I win? Zheng Yu, you fool, play me. The martial arts performance is over. The Great Elder announced that this martial arts competition was a draw with a defeat in the first Vast Heaven Sect, a draw in the second, and a victory in the third Vast Heaven Sect. But when the Great Elder spoke, Cheng Xiaoshan shook his head. Great Elder, Vast Heaven Sect can afford to lose, and I, Martial Emperor City, can also afford to lose. In this situation, I, Martial Emperor City, cannot afford to lose this person in a draw. This time, I, Martial Emperor City, are convinced that we will lose. There is nothing wrong with what Cheng Xiaoshan said. Originally out of 3 games, it was the 3rd game that was the key to victory. The 7-color glazed body versus the Vast Heaven sword sheath, who will be the king will be determined in one battle. But now not only Zheng Yu was defeated, Chu Xinghe also defeated the big rhinoceros and Xiaoling in a flash of purple lightning. So everyone can see that this tie is probably not even at all. Even Cheng Xiaoshan himself had to admit that Chu Xinghe was unfathomable and was the #1 young person in the world today. Even if Zheng Yu and the others joined forces, they would never be Chu Xinghe's opponent. Chu Xinghe almost crushed the entire Martial Emperor City in an invincible manner. Martial Emperor City could not accept this draw if it wanted to lose face. Martial Emperor City took the initiative to admit defeat, so the Great Elder naturally couldn't say anything else. He took out the elixir and gave it to Cheng Xiaoshan. There is no need for the elixir. Please cancel today's dinner. I have important matters in Martial Emperor City. We will leave Vast Heaven Sect tonight. Cheng Xiaoshan's face looked as ugly as if a child had just died. He left the Vast Heaven Sect directly with Zheng Yu, who turned back 3 times in one step, the fainting Great Rhino and the weak Xiaoling. But before leaving, Cheng Xiaoshan looked at Chu Xinghe and said that Zheng Yu would come to challenge him one day and hoped that Chu Xinghe would not hesitate to teach him. Chu Xinghe nodded blankly, because that was not what Chu Xinghe was thinking about at the moment. I just want to know what the art of star movement is. How on earth did I win? And why don't you want it to be a draw? Isn't that okay if I'm wrong? I want to know this as the result. I'm not going to be angry, and I'm not going to let the big rhinoceros flash purple lightning. Is it okay if I let him fly away? Hey, don't leave. Let's discuss it when we come back. Can we compete again? Whoever wins will be the grandson of you. Chu Xinghe really wants to vomit blood. You are just a fool. It also outputs the level and the bottom line. What kind of level do you want? What kind of bottom line do you want? Now I have no bottom left to win. If I had known that someone was setting the fire in the first place, wouldn't I have just lied down? Zhurong Divine Fire, is it reasonable to be stronger than Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire? So it's not too far-fetched that Vermilion Bird can't withstand a direct strike, right? It's fine now. There's nothing left. I've made people angry. Rakage, the blame must be shouldered by Rakage. Are you so strong that you can't stand up to me? The city of Martial Emperor left, but the dinner party of Vast Heaven Sect was not cancelled. Joke. If we lose today, let alone the dinner party, there will be nothing. But not only did he win today, but the results he won in the previous 15 competitions combined were not as comfortable as this one. In the past, Vast Heaven Sect could defeat Martial Emperor City, but every time it was a narrow victory. Cheng Xiaoshan looked like he was unwilling to lose when he left. But this time it's completely different. Zheng Yu personally said that he was convinced of the defeat. Even when the Great Elder said it was a draw, Cheng Xiaoshan himself could not admit it with a calm face. Because I lost so miserably. Junior Brother Galaxy single-handedly defeated the 3 strongest people in Martial Emperor City. What's even more terrifying is that Junior Brother Galaxy is facing off against Zheng Yu, who has a 7-color glazed body. 400 years ago, when the Vast Heaven Sect took away the throne of the world from Martial Emperor City once said that the 7-color glazed body of our Martial Emperor City was lost. The day the 7-color glazed body is recast, it will be the Martial Emperor. When the city returns, this time Zheng Yu obtained the 7-color glazed body inheritance and entered the Vast Heaven Sect challenge, which can be said to attract the world's attention. Everyone is discussing whether this battle is the return of the King of Martial Emperor City or the continuation of the legend of Vast Heaven Sect. And now the answer is revealed. Chu Xinghe fought against Zheng Yu's 7-color glazed body alone and defeated Zheng Yu without even using all his strength, making Zheng Yu say his brother's words of mercy and sincerity. Then the duo of Thunder Shadow, Purple Lightning, Ancient Dragon Rhino Bloodline and Sword Intent had a shocking battle. Such a record is nothing short of brilliant. Vast Heaven. At the dinner, Ji Yu Mingqiao, the sect leader, raised his glass and shouted these 4 words himself, and everyone below followed him and shouted together. Vast Heaven. It's a beautiful day. Chu Xinghe looked helpless and shouted along with him. Countless brothers and sisters came to congratulate Chu Xinghe, and even many elders came to congratulate Chu Xinghe. But Chu Xinghe has no interest in this at all. Chu Xinghe just wants to know what the hell is called the star movement. Finally, Chu Xinghe found the Great Elder. Great Elder, what is the star movement technique? Ga. The Elder, who never liked drinking, burped and looked at Chu Xinghe in confusion. What you broke was the star movement technique. Ah, Great Elder, can you tell me more specifically? Oh, there are 7 gods condensed into the 7-color glazed body, and each god has its own corresponding divine ability. Among them, Zan Shenyu's divine ability is the art of star migration. not only can it divide 3 identical clones, but also you can also activate the star domain technique to create an illusory puppet and hide the puppet in a certain location, and then all the damage you receive will be transformed into the person or object where the puppet is. Damage transfer. That's what I mean. After the elder said this, he continued to drink with others. Chu Xinghe was so angry that he even took off his pants and made a mess. I wrongly blamed Zheng Yu. I thought this guy was an actor. When the 4 Zheng Yus took selfies together, Chu Xinghe thought this guy was going to play himself. But it was wrong, a big mistake. This guy should have transferred the injury to himself, so when he took a selfie, he would be injured instead of Zheng Yu. On the contrary, if he is injured, it will rebound again, causing Zheng Yu to be injured. This is why his Thunder Shadow's purple lightning flash instantly killed Zheng Yu. Chu Xinghe burst into tears. He never expected Zheng Yu to do this. Tell me about you, Zheng Yu, why are you doing this? Aren't you okay? As long as you act normally, you will be the star of the dinner party today. Young man, you must not go into evil ways. Chu Xinghe drank a lot of wine. No matter who came to toast, Chu Xinghe accepted all the orders. Ma Liang, the lucky general, was not idle. He told people everywhere about how wise and martial Brother Galaxy was. Do you know, that big rhinoceros's defense is extremely abnormal, but what's the use? It was killed by Brother Galaxy's sword. Wan Lin was not idle either. In fact, after he realized the stick intention, Wan Lin even had the idea of trying his skills with Senior Brother Galaxy. After all, he had realized the stick intention, and he was still the strongest unified harmony among them. Although it was all thanks to Senior Brother Galaxy, Wan Lin was somewhat inflated. But after the purple lightning flashed, Wan Lin completely understood. Senior Brother Galaxy was so powerful, how could the gap between him and Senior Brother Galaxy be bridged by Stick Yi? And the last shot of Brother Galaxy that broke the opponent's sword intent must have been because of himself. Brother Galaxy knew that he had no way to fight the opponent again, but he still used this method to help him deal with the opponent. Brother Galaxy is really the number 1 among the younger generation. Chu Xinghe didn't know how the banquet ended, but when the drunk Chu Xinghe was sent back, he kept shouting, I just want to lose. I really want to lose. Let me lose, please. Many drunken junior brothers stood in awe at Senior Brother Galaxy's outrageous words. Senior Brother Galaxy defeated Zheng Yu today. He can be said to be the first person of the younger generation. But even so, Senior Brother Galaxy is not arrogant at all. He is even prepared to fail at any time. With such a state of mind, I need to study hard. That's right. I heard someone say that Senior Brother Galaxy once told Senior Sister Wan Lin and Senior Brother Ma Liang that the reason why they were nervous and apprehensive when facing martial arts competitions was because they were afraid of failure. Because they were afraid of failure, they did not dare to desire victory. Yes, look at Senior Brother Galaxy, he never takes failure personally. In this way, failure will never catch up with Senior Brother Galaxy. Senior Brother Galaxy's realm is worth learning throughout our lives. In the end, Chu Xinghe was sent back to the room. Feng Fei, who was also drunk, covered Junior Brother Galaxy with a quilt with pride. And the news of the battle between Vast Heaven Sect and Martial Emperor City spread quickly to all parties. When they saw the results, almost everyone was stunned for a moment. 3 games, 1 win, 1 loss and 1 draw. Why did Vast Heaven Sect win? Many people's first reaction is Vast Heaven Sect so shameless? But when they saw Chu Xinghe's sword blow, the 2 of them were not even fighting Zheng Yu with all their strength, everyone was shocked. Chu Xinghe's name is naturally known to all major sects, but this time Zheng Yu got a 7-color glass body to enter the Vast Heaven Sect challenge. To be honest, more people are optimistic about Zheng Yu. After all, Martial Emperor City was once the king, and the 7-color glazed body was the foundation of Martial Emperor City's invincibility. But in this battle, Zheng Yu lost so miserably, and Chu Xinghe could even easily defeat the 3 best disciples of Martial Emperor City on his own, which really shocked countless people. I don't know how many people were sleepless that night, and I don't know how many notebooks had the name Chu Xinghe written down on them. And similarly, the name Chu Xinghe has also become the imaginary enemy in the hearts of major sects and even the younger generation all over the world. Defeat Chu Xinghe. he will be able to ascend to the throne of the first person of the younger generation. That night, countless young people with dreams couldn't sleep. They envisioned themselves defeating Chu Xinghe, but the more they did so, the greater the pressure the words Chu Xinghe brought to them. The name Chu Xinghe has become a big mountain invisibly, a mountain that the young generation all over the world dreams of climbing. At the outer gate of vast heaven Sect, Chu Cheng also had a sleepless night. He was wrapped like a rice dumpling and muttered to himself with a mouth like his own sausage. Why, I am the number 1 person in Guoshan village. He, Chu Xinghe, is ranked second. I, Chu Cheng, am a man with the qualifications of the great emperor, and I don't accept it. I, Chu Cheng, are just Long Yu Shol, with golden scales. Isn't it like a thing in a pond? It will dragon transformation when encountering the storm. Bang! The door was kicked open by a fat-headed fish. Who the hell is making a fuss here? Why don't you let me go to sleep? I don't want to live anymore, right? Give me a beating. No one knows how long the beating lasted, but Jinlin will definitely have to stay in the pool for another 1.5 years. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.